daha da ne I just want to say hello to every one of my relatives here. I know we're all related in one way or another. So I just want to say, I'm very glad that all of us are here to end up on behalf of the public safety building that's going to be here in Twin Lakes, not Twin Lakes, Tohatchee. And, you know, we all understand that there's a problem out there between the 5 chapters under District 14. You know, it's a lot when an emergency happens. We've seen this a lot, you know, ever since, I was president prior from 2017 to 2020. And I know the pandemic hit in 2019, so we were unable to do anything for 2 years. Well, it's lifted in 2023. So since then, really nothing has been happening at our chapter. However, we have done a lot. I went and replaced our late chapter president, Norman John. I went and continued as a president since March 15th of 2023. And the community put me back in to be the president. But so far, you know, it's been a lot trying to get people back, the staff back to working right now, you know, because they're so used to not being at work and, you know, because of the COVID. But things are happening at our chapter. And like I said, we really advocate for public safety nearby, because if an emergency happens in our community, we have to rely on the Crown Point Police Department. And, you know, it's a long distance from where we are at Twin Lakes, cross up. And sometimes the emergency calls aren't even answered. That's how bad it is. And even the ambulances, our roads are so bad, you know, dirt roads that if you send an EMT out there and all that, they have a hard time looking for the place. And also inclement weather that we look forward to during the winters, it's really hard. And I'm glad and thankful that Tohatchee is finally going to get another public safety building. So hopefully we can all help each others and see if we can improve with Tohatchee. And you know, one thing, my right arm at the chapter is my Club C committee, and they have been doing great. They have hired students, you know, that they can work with to get another data. And we did a data collection back in 2020 or 2018 to 2020. And at this time, a lot of numbers have changed within our community. So we work closely with the chapter, the senior center, the Club C members, and the veterans that we get some numbers that are concrete right now, so we can ask for more funding and advocate, you know, to the New Mexico state to see if we can improve Twin Lakes also. Our old chapter is going to be demolished soon. We got monies for that, and we're trying to discuss, you know, what we should put in its place. Something to accommodate the community and the students and all that. So, but we're only about 8 miles south of here, and we have a senior center and elementary school. But like I said, I'm glad to see each and every one of you. Some of you I know, and District 14 as a whole, we try to do better for our community these days. So thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning, everybody. Shay Roberta Vicente Chair. I come from Mexican Springs, but I know the Ani Bushes change, touchy me, I should change. So I want to thank everybody for being here today. And with our chapter, yes, you know, it is hard for our community members in the areas that with EMS, with the ambulances trying to get there, with rough roads and muddy roads, you know, it's very hard for them. And also for public safety, out at Crown Point, yes, sometimes we don't even get a call back. And it's hard for our community members. So sometimes we even have to go out there ourselves and check on our community members. And then we do have our CA out here. I don't know if she's here today. Jones is our secretary, and she's also but we have our close team with her, Shirley Barney. And I want to thank her for being here with us today. And I want to thank all our community members for helping all of us to work together to try to get things in place for all of our community members. And thank you all for being here and assisting us with what you can for today.
Commissioner or person or. Ja, bene, si crede che sia fácil, no? Hasta no algo, no quiero, no quiero. Se ya nos children, nos children. आज on the occasion the Center Commission Vice President. Not on in the Nigeria of on in case we do zone. I don't know. Now this present what she don't answer. Yeah, unable to. What's on there doesn't say. What's in there doesn't matter. That's it is out there. Other is in a shuffle. But yeah, Casata. I just say in getting the photo. The dog is smelling. Whatever you want to do. I put airport. Oh, hey, young boy. I didn't for you. We get the house armor, we get the house. It's in a hot in the game, but no. I put airport. Equal law and order committee, table. But only sort of. It's in data. Individually, for oh, I know that. Nigeria Commission and government in because then it's enough with the government getting the mean that each time the best is looking for no. The height and the little of age or that not that the media pass it out. Against the office and again. There's over in San Juan County. Out of the 5 chapters. So on the separate to go to the house and get the hard to go that way. Or that from point to go the house there. Man get the media. Are there not that the media thought that? So the house comes to go now. So what happened? It's in a hot I don't when McKinney County they thought that. San Juan County, they don't need to be now nation. Go over there. See, they don't consume power of the options. Only $1,000. Up at airport. I don't make a secretary now, so $15,000 that or Lynn's library. Airport airport. Although another commissioner, it was Jane Alexis Wood, the airport. Our president, indicated Rhonda Herbert, I don't know Another commissioner, we have 5. And for Tammy Yazzie, for the echo. I'll put I'll put on the 2000 年度的 education 那些老师咯。Oh, sorry, my name is Kiasi.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but I forgot to introduce the vice president of our chapter, Tom McGay. I'll let him introduce himself. I'm sorry.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Oh,
How are you, Paul? 要对我写了，那还是开学呀，可能是得去他们的，and the vice president from the past that chapter. I've been with the chapter for not being a president or anything, but I was a member over there for about close to 80 years now. 80 years. I was over there. I don't care. Look at me, everybody is true what they say about their law and order safety committee. We really have problem with safety committee. Back in 2012, we had next right in front of 28th chapter. You know who responded first? A state police. Our own police did not respond until when the police finished with the document. That's kind of problem we have. We also have a problem with like Mr. G called. You call over there, you call 45 that you call 12 point. That's our problem. We need could all get the safety right here at that. I don't actually in that. I'm originally from Mexican Springs. The way that's exactly a busy that but I mean, what I cannot know parts and I changed that I never changed. I don't know. Okay, mediation that. But it's mediation, not I called 1958 now. I lost my wife 2011. I'm only living with my youngest daughter. I put on I learned that. To John Carson. I guess I'm at that age. I put that she gave that. Oh, no, you gave no that. I said, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the introductions. We just had Chair Parrish. I guess she must have walked out, so when she comes back, and we'll go ahead and give her some time to introduce her. Oh, there she is. Chair Parrish, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself so that the community knows who you are and yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Adolia, Anotiko, Shakia, Ani Adola, and Ishlingo, Bashishkin, with a cheeky Ada to say, Kabaha, Ada, August Alvin and Michelin, Ado, Shaita, Deep Parish, Michigan, put a nest at Vietnamsha, put a nest at those to be called, then a host of Balasha, Ado, Shay Fish, Balasha, and Michelin. So good morning, everyone. My name is Shandeep Parish, and I'm here today because we have a legislation on the agenda, which speaks to the Procurement Act. So good to be back in Tohatchee. The last time I was in Tohatchee, I think I spoke at the middle school. I was a commencement speaker for the middle school. Not this past commencement, but I think the one before. But it's good to be back in the community. I was here often when I was Miss Navajo Nation. So it's good to be back as a member of the council. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Chair Parrish. So with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and proceed to the next item on the agenda, which is review and adopt the journals. I apologize. We do have the chief of police who is here with us. So Chief Noon, if you want to introduce yourself before we go to the agenda. Chief Noon.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Daryl Noon. I'm the chief of police for the Navajo Police Department. Panagaki Nishle, Pelagana Bashishim, Tachi Nation, Nation. It's good to be here, Patsy. I have some connections to Patsy that probably not everybody knows about. I actually lived here for a little while when I was a little toddler. But the only thing I remembered was the little Superman chocolate chip cookies that my dad would let me have. And also my dad, John Noon, was the counselor here in the school for a while before he went to the. And I ruined a lot of your homecoming and things like that with the football and baseball competitions we used to have here. But it's always good to be here. I drive through every now and then. I understand the problems, I really do. You know, everybody talks about the police department that they remember 10, 20 years ago. What I can tell you is that the Navajo Police Department that I know is the police department that I came to in 2019, where we are roughly 200 strong. And, you know, we had an assessment of the police department, and we were told to conduct the basic functions of policing, we need at least 500. But to be absolutely able to cover everything on the Navajo Nation, we need 750. So we've been working hard trying to get people into the academy, trying to get to graduate from the academy. But I can tell you with this last academy, we started with 26, we were ready for day one. We had one quit the day before, one quit the first week. A couple quit by text messages in the cover of darkness. And we graduated with 7. You know, and so 3 of those went to Shiprock, so we're happy about that. We're hoping to start this academy with 13. And in order for us to get to 13, I postponed the academy by 2 weeks. Just for the paperwork and stuff. So I hear your concerns. They're the concerns that I hear across the whole Navajo Nation. So I just want to assure you that I'm not ignoring that. I'm not hiding police officers in different parts of the Navajo Nation. You know, this is what we got, and we have our staff has been working hard to do what we can with the numbers that we have. But I appreciate being here, and I'm looking forward to listening to your concerns and listening more learning more about the safety complex that looking to come here with the action. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chief Noon. We also have Director Michael Henderson, who is here with us. Director Henderson, I'm going to turn the floor over to you for introductions at this time.
Yeah, Carolyn, are they law and order committee members? Oh, it's the outside. Road, holding on Lahadido, Tainiche, and the Kali, the hands. To be touching in Shido, my dish, but it's what it is that she takes. Wish she never should not 해야 킹스 카드하고 준비 따로 아저씨. 또 해. 아저씨 보니까. 대디 ahal bago kada da kahi aaj panash na na fa aaj da na so the never love in dash but hadi no ba da na so on the never here anago national question on hadi is the common which we all for of course yeah already 포화지 그나지 이 지기 바로 내기로 파티 아도는다 저 해기대 해로 뭐비 나니 되니서 봐시 근데 나 샤도 아래가 그다 이 구이가 in Havana, nothing is for way not as easy and not just so the moon time. They're not in that is it out by the side out here. Are they? I don't the be quite a Santa or trade of it. Now, actually. Now, go that nobody can add down up at or later go not shit. No, not shit. No, the natural or later. That of Bahagido out, then out the natural not later. You out and out for yes, I did go and this thing is my gosh. Yeah, not rushing, another yeah.
Thank you for that, Director Henderson. We'll go ahead and we'll proceed forward at this time. Lorraine, if you can go ahead and read the record or read the agenda into the record. Before Lorraine, just some housekeeping rules. Number one, make sure that your phone is on mute. When your phone goes off or your device goes off, it interrupts the work that the Law and Order Committee is doing on behalf of the Navajo Nation and on behalf of the Navajo people. So usually we have to pause and we have to wait. Do not answer your phone calls in this room while we are conducting our committee meeting. And the way that we have to follow the committee rules of order. So these are the rules that we have to follow in terms of the way that the committee works. So usually what will happen, and I know that this is the first time we're here at Tohatchi chapter, if you when it comes to the part where we ask for public testimony, well, I will recognize you and you can come up, you can introduce yourself, and then you can speak to the issue. I am going to respectfully ask right now, because I have to keep the decorum in this meeting, I do not allow cussing. So if you start to cuss or start to yell, we will have you escorted out. We try to conduct business in a nice way. I think we can all agree that when you talk to somebody, you talk to them. You don't yell at them and you don't cuss at them. So I want to make it known. I know that things can be emotional, but if you can refrain from using cuss words, because you're not only cussing at the committee, but you're cussing at the people in your community, and I won't stand for that. The bathrooms are located down the hall to your left. And I think there's some snacks. I got my reading glasses on, so I can't hardly see people. So if you're getting mad and you're putting your fist up, I'm gonna think you're waving at me and I'll wave back at you. So I'll be switching out my glasses, because my long distance glasses and then my reading glasses. But I think there's snacks on the table over there and coffee is brewing. If you want to bring a delegate to your chapter, all you have to do is say we have coffee and we'll be there because we drink a lot of coffee. And then the last thing that I will say is in terms of your housekeeping rules to keep your phone off. Normally, we charge $5. If your phone goes off, we'll charge you $5. And what happens is at the end of the year, we tally up that money. And then there's a tree that's usually put out in the speaker's office, and that tree is for children who can't afford Christmas gifts, or their parents can't afford Christmas gifts. So what we do as a law and order committee, we host a family. So what we'll do is we'll take names off of that tree and we buy them gifts based on how much money we get. There was one year, I think we were able to buy like 4 or 5 gifts one year because people's phones kept going off. So we don't mind if your phone goes off, just be ready to pay the committee $5. And Lorraine keeps track of that, and she tells us in November how much money the committee has and then how much families we can sponsor. So it does go to a good cause. It doesn't go into our pockets, it goes into a good cause. So with that, Lorraine, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you for the reading of the agenda. Thank you.
Okay. Hello?
It's not.
Hello? Okay. Agenda of the Law and Order Committee, 25th Nomination Council, regular meeting, August 28, 2023. 10 a.m. presiding Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, chairperson. Honorable Shirley Yazzie, vice chairperson. Location, Cohasset, Chapter House, Cohasset, New Mexico. 1, call meeting to order, roll call and invocation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and adopt agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journal. There are 5 journals for August 15, August 16, August 17, 2023, and August 21st and August 22nd, 2023. 5, receive report. A, report from Cohasset chapter officials and community members regarding the public safety issues within the surrounding area. 6, old business done. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0139-23. B, legislation number 0203-23. Going to C, discussion meeting on September 18th through the 22nd, 2023, or September 11th through the 15th, 23 in Washington, DC regarding the advocacy trip. Number 8 will be close the meeting announcement and adjournment. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. Committee members, the agenda has been read into the record. Can I get a motion and a second? Motion made by Delegate Herman Daniels. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second made by Delegate Nathan Nota. Committee members, are there any questions, comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time? Delegate Nathan Nota, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to move new business items A and B ahead of the receiving reports. I think a lot of our discussion today is going to regard the receiving those reports, and I don't want to rush that process. I'd like to move those 2 legislations up above that. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Nathan Nota. So with that, committee members, amendment number 1 is to move items 7A and B, new business, prior to receiving reports. Motion has been made by Delegate Nathan Nota. Can I get a second? Second made by Delegate Herman Daniels. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or any comments to amendment number 1? Okay, not hearing anything. We'll go ahead, Lorraine, just for the record, if you can read that amendment into the record, and then we'll go straight to vote. So she'll have this is roll call vote after Lorraine has read it into the record. Lorraine?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order. So amendment number 1 will be going to 7 new business, A and B, legislation number 0139-23, and B, legislation number 0203-23 will go after the adopting the journal. That will be 5 as new business, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. Committee members, amendment 1 has been read into the record. Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Junior votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Stephen Arvizo is excused. Honorable Sherilyn Yazoo is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed. And Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton not voting.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, with 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, amendment number 1 does pass. So with that, committee members, we're back to the main motion. Main motion was made by Delegate Herman Daniels, second by Delegate Nathan Nota. Committee members, are there any further amendments, questions, or comments to the agenda? Okay, not hearing anything or not seeing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. Actually, Lorraine, if I know you read amendment 1 into the record, do we need to read it back into the record again? For the main motion on the agenda.
Madam Chair, I can go ahead and do that.
Okay, let's go ahead and get it reading and then we'll go straight to vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee. So under new business A and B, we'll go after the review and adopt the journal, and that will be number 5 as new business as legislation number 0139-63 and B legislation number 0203-63. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, the amendment was read into the record. We are on the main motion of the agenda. There was no questions, no comments, or no other amendments. So, Sherelle, if you can assist us with roll call vote, please.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Junior, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Junior votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Stephen Arvizo is excused. Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazoo is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed. And Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. With a vote of 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. We do have a set agenda before us at this time. Thank you, committee members. We'll go ahead and proceed to item number 4, review and adopt the journals. We do have 5 journals that need to be voted on today, committee members. They are dated August 15th, 2023, August 16th, 2023, August 17th, 2023, August 21st, 2023, and August 22nd, 2023. Committee members, we can handle this one of 2 ways. One is we can make a motion, a second, and a vote for each one of the journals separately. Or we can combine all of the journals that was dated that was read into the record with the various dates. We can do 1 motion, 1 second, 1 vote. How would the committee like to proceed? Delegate Nathan Nota, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, I would like to combine all 5 of the journals for acceptance and make that motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Nathan Nota. He makes the motion to combine the 5 journals into 1. Can I get a second? Second made by Delegate Herman Daniels. Are there any questions, any comments, or any amendments that need to be made to any of the journals at this time? Not hearing or not seeing anything, let's go ahead and go straight to vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote for the journals?
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Junior, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Junior votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
I agree.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Stephen Arvizo is excused. Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazoo is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton not voting.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, committee members, we have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. The journals dated August 15th, August 16th, August 17th, August 21st, August 22nd, 2023 is hereby accepted by the Law and Order Committee today. So with that, committee members, we're going to proceed forward to item number 7, new business. We do have new business legislation number 0139-23. We'll go ahead and have this legislation read into the record. Lorraine, can you assist us with that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee, the document number 013-29. An act relating to health, education, human services. Law and Order, Budget Finance, and Navigatia committees, and the nomination council repealing 9 NNC Section 2C of the Marriage Act of 2005 to informally recognize all marriages within the Navajo Nation and amending other provisions in Title IX of the Navajo Nation Code related to marriage within the Navajo Nation. This will move forward to Budget Finance, Navigatia Committee, and Nomination Council. Attached are the documents. And there are like over 200 pages of comments. There are 6 comments that are supporting. And then there's over 200 are opposing. And then there are 8 of them that are comments and recommendations. And these are all attached to the document right here, all the comments that were received. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. Delegate Nathan Noto, I'm going to turn the gavel over to you. I'm a co-sponsor for this legislation. Sponsor Speaker Damon is not here. So I'm going to go ahead and present this legislation. Do you want me to present that? Okay. Thank you. But the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lorraine, you want to read that legislation 139-23 into the record? Okay. With that, it has been read into the record. Is there a second in the motion?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay. So is there, I'd like to ask for a motion in a second. The motion has been made by Delegate Charles Newton. Is there a second? Seeing that there is no second, the motion fails or dies.
No, the legislation moves forward.
Okay.
Does not have final approval.
Okay, the legislation from Law and Order does move forward. It will go to Budget and Finance, Navigatia Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council. With that, I'd like to turn the floor back over to Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Delegate Nathan Noto. A motion was made, committee action was taken on this legislation number 0139-23. Although there was not a second and a vote, the legislation does proceed forward since Law and Order Committee is not final approval on this legislation. So we'll go ahead and move forward to item B. Lorraine, if you can let Speaker Damon know that his legislation has proceeded forward to Budget and Finance. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to legislation number 0203-23. We do have the sponsor or the co-sponsor who was available here at this time, Chair Shandeen Parrish. Lorraine, if you can go ahead and read the legislation into the record, please.
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. Tracking number 0203-23, an act relating to the Law and Order Committee, Law and Order, Budget Finance, and Navigatia Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council amending the Navajo Nation Procurement Act of 12 NNC Section 301 through 371, and amending the Navajo Nation Business Opportunity Act at 5 NNC Section 201 through 215. This will move forward to Budget Finance, Navigatia Committee, Nomination Council, and has gone through the 5-day process. And there are 2 comments and recommendations that are attached at the end of the document. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, legislation number 0203-23 has been read into the record. We do have the sponsor who is here with us. Committee members, we can do this one of 2 ways. Number one is, if there are any questions, comments, or any amendments to legislation number 0203-23, we can go ahead and turn the floor over to, after getting a motion in a second, we can turn the floor over to Chair Parrish to present the legislation. We'll give her 20 minutes on the clock, and then we can proceed forward with questioning or any amendments that need to be made to the legislation with a vote. The other option, committee members, is we can go straight to vote if there are no questions to legislation number 0203-23. Keep in mind, committee members, that Law and Order Committee is not final approval. This legislation will proceed to Budget and Finance, Navikiatsket, and also Navajo Nation Council. So how would the committee like to proceed? Motion made by Delegate Herman Daniels. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second made by Delegate Nathan Nota. Committee members, are there any questions, comments, or any amendments to legislation number 0203-23? Okay, there are no questions at this time. Chair Parrish, we appreciate you being here. We're going to go ahead and go straight to vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Cheryl Yazoo is excused. Honorable Stephen Arvizo is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newman, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair Charles Newman not voting.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. Legislation number 0203-23 does proceed forward to Budget and Finance. Thank you, Chair Parrish, for being here. You're welcome to stick around, but I'm sure you've got a lot to do today.
Ramping up for Thursday, right? Friday too. Thank you.
Chair Parrish is the chair of Budget and Finance Committee. As she stated earlier in her introduction, we have been working on the budget so that everybody, so that the chapter gets their money, so the chapter officials get their stipends, so that our law enforcement get paid and the services continue. Services like law enforcement, services like Doltech feeding our elders, services like the clothing program. There's so many services that the Navajo Nation provides to the Navajo people using federal and state funding as well. So Chair Parrish has been leading the efforts with getting the budget through the process. Before she leaves, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Chair Parrish, before she leaves, because we really try to educate our Navajo people as much as we can with the process that's happening at Navajo Nation. I'm going to go ahead and ask Chair Parrish, are you okay to take questions regarding the budget from the people here in Tohatchi before you leave? Sure. Okay, with that, do we have any questions or any? Okay, we have a question here. Go ahead.
Thank you. All 3 of you up there at the head table, you're my brothers and sister, so both. I'll pretend to be your older brother since I have much more frost than you do. Again, Delegate Nota, in a different way, you're my son, not by but anyway. I don't know, I need presiding chair. It's just coincidentally, you have this on the agenda. I'm here mainly as a Clutzy member for Tohatchi regarding the DPS's presentation and so forth. Hey, now I see this on your agenda. So kindly, if I may, offer a recommendation for amendments for you to consider as legislation goes on onto the council.
I'm sorry, what was your name?
I'm sorry, my name is Larry Rogers.
Okay, Larry, so what we can do is we'll hear the amendments, but they're not really going to do very much. What you have to do is you go to comments, comments@navajo-nsn.gov. And that's where you make your comments to the legislation, and it's in black and white. and it gets read by council. So you can share the amendments today, but it's, you know,
In
we
writing?
can't, yeah, we can't offer the amendment on your behalf. You would have to do that yourself. But you're welcome to,
Thank you.
speak to, is it the amendment to the budget,
Okay, thank you. I'd like to just comment on it. then.
on the budget? The floor is yours.
So related to small business, yeah. So it really relates also to amending the business opportunity act. I get, and it relates to consultants, especially Navajo consultants. When you're entering into a contract, the Navajo Nation requires that you have liability insurance to cover over $1 million. When you're doing a small contract, like for 10,000 or 15,000, with a chapter, for example. That's a requirement of the tribe. For sole businesses and so forth, yeah. So basically, you don't have that kind of money to get liability insurance. And liability insurance that you have to get it from a commercial entity. So meaning off reservation, financial institutions, ADA. So could I not to do that? So it kind of prevents you from doing anything. So I'd like to see the Navajo Nation reconsider that. The amount that you have to pay as a consultant is the same as a construction company entering into a multi-million-dollar project. And there should be a special, maybe a upscale rating for the amount to be charged. So depending on the amount of the contract, that's about the fairest way to do it. Because it's one fits all. You're preventing a lot of novel entrepreneurs from going into business as a result. For economic development, you can't do anything. So, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Larry, for your comments. I would encourage you to read the legislation because both the Procurement Act of the Navajo Nation and the NOBOA, this is the first time that they've been amended since the 1990s. So this is the very first time in Navajo history that we're coming into this modern era, which include the equal representation between small businesses and corporations. We're also entering into, if you read the amendments, a lot of it is about making it easier to procure online as well. So we have to make sure that the procurement process and the small business acts that they have to work in today's day and age, and also these are the same laws that have to be changed to reflect those regulations. Both they have to be followed at the chapter house and all the way to the Navajo Nation Washington office. So thank you for your comments. This legislation is going to move on to Budget and Finance, and Budget and Finance has been working on this particular legislation for the past 6 months. And before that, again, this is the first time that the act is being amended in over 20 years. So your comments are greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Are there any other comments at this time regarding the budget? Yes.
Good morning. My name is Carissa Wood. I'm actually the chapter manager for Nosh Chitty. Welcome. I just had a quick question in regards to the budget for Dolphins. We've been working with Dolphins for as long as I've been there. And we're having issues with the budget for operating as far as cost sharing with the senior center. It's supposed to be where they are supposed to be contributing in cost share, but they keep telling us there's no money budgeted for, basic utilities, stuff like that.
So we wanted to know what the process was on working, who would we work with Dalton, because right now, we're just being told that there's no, director or a department head that is able to. But even prior to the senior center supervisor from before, she never was able to get that information from her supervisor to share with us to work on those. And I know we have an agreement coming up for renewal, and we need to make sure that that's implemented correctly for our chapter to make sure that it stays on. So right now, our chapter pays 100% cost for the senior center. And as you know, the monies for the chapters are depleting every year, and harder and harder to keep our senior center going at full capacity with them not contributing no funds to help us to help them. So we wanted to kind of learn the process of that. If there is in fact money that is being budgeted for the basic operations and maintenance, so that way we can implement into that, into that information into our agreement. Does that make sense? So it's more, I guess, a question on how do we proceed to get that information.
Thank you. Like, that's a great question, because when the so how the budgeting process works before it becomes legislation is that each of the programs go before their oversight committee. So for Daltex, the Daltex administrator, I think Anslin Lewis, he was representing Daltex in this budgeting cycle. So Mr. Lewis went before Health, Education, Human Services, and I was actually sitting in the gallery for HES that day. I tried to make my way around to each of the committees to get an idea of the needs of each and every one of the departments. And that's something Budget and Finance doesn't get to hear on a first person basis. So when I was in HES that day and that was being presented before the committee, I don't remember at the time if the committee members specifically asked about each and every one of the chapters' operating budgets, but I can tell you in the way that this year's budget was drafted, that all of Daltex's unmet needs that they presented to HES, that then HES presented to Budget and Finance. Those are in the current legislation, if you read it online, it's 100% met. So all of the way that Daltex has presented the budget to Budget and Finance, all of the unmet needs in the way that this year's legislation is drafted is 100% met. Same thing with Department of Public Safety, which the recommendations came from Law and Order Committee. So for those two considerations that Budget and Finance took, we did 100% present that a part of the budget. Now, once the budget has been drafted, it's in a 5-day comment period. So if you'd like to look at that and offer your comments, then those will be taken seriously, because the budget will then be heard in front of Budget and Finance on Thursday. Amendments can still be made, changes can still be made on Thursday, and then also they can be made at Navikia Committee, which will take place on Friday. And then next week, working with the speaker has agreed to have consideration, because we're going to have to go through a petition for the comprehensive budget, to have a special council session next week from Tuesday to Friday. So tentatively, that's the schedule and the process of the budget so far. So for Daltex, I know that was a priority to make sure that those unmet needs were covered. The second, the second portion, I believe there was because in the Daltex request, there was Shiprock and Crown Point that HES had advocated for, but Fort Defiance and I know Tuba City were left out of that, so they received an additional, I think, just a little bit more money, just because of some of the needs that we heard from the community members. So if there is something that you might see in the legislation that you don't, that you feel like the unmet need is not there, I would definitely encourage Mr. Notha here to offer those amendments, because they can be made at Navikia Committee. Secondarily, I personally and the Budget and Finance Committee have an interest in trying to make the procurement or spending the money easier. But that's kind of our whole theme in Budget and Finance this year. We want to make sure that we can spend money whether it's ARPA money, CHSN money, PTF money, or general funds money. So if this is, I know on our committee, Daltex is always at the heart of every conversation that we've had so far. So I feel like I'm gonna talk to my committee members, and I feel like this is an important work session to have for budget and finance, because I do agree that there hasn't been a streamlined process for Daltex all the way down to the chapter level. I don't think that there has been a proper training for the agencies and so on and so forth. So that's my commitment to work with Daltex, is to make sure that we can understand the federal funding and also the general funding you receive. So that's what I can say.
So for Daltex, are they funded under the general fund? Is that where the big chunk of their money comes from?
Federal funding and county funding.
Because I know that the amount for county has gone down also. It used to be, like $5,000, down to $900, I believe. And with the way that they have their spending initiatives, it barely covers everything, and we have to step in as a chapter because we don't want our senior center closed down. And since we're kind of out in the middle of where the resources aren't available, and we get killed by propane every year. Not only our chapter, but the senior center is a huge building, and others like the one, can't say no. Something that we did. So that's why I wanted to know how that process works and where we can go with that information.
Right, Mr. Garza, maybe we can set up some more information for your chapters, because every chapter is different all across the Navajo Nation. So I'll work with delegate notes out here to make sure that we get that information. Any other questions? Yes.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Begay. I'm from the Yukon chapter, and I'm a chapter manager there. What my colleague here is saying is that not only with the senior center, but also at the chapter level as well. That's a little bit increase of the utilities. The chapters are and then some of us have received new equipment, and we need more funding to maintain the equipment and pay someone to operate those equipment. It seems like, just like in the saying, our budget is dwindling every year, but it's it's something that needs to be considered. And we have a new director, we have a new manager, the ASC, them being new, I don't know if they know, they know about what happened at the chapter. And a lot of times we're the ones that are out there helping the people directly, and we're the ones with the least amount of money.
Right.
So, if you could take that into consideration. Thank you.
Definitely. I appreciate the sentiment. I personally believe in local government. I think that that's where the services and the changes made is at the local government. And in this year, you'll see in our budget that the Budget and Finance Committee has recommended to the Navigated Committee that I think it's $1.6 million goes to chapters for utility, a one-time funding request for through this fiscal year budget to already appropriate that one-time funding for utilities for chapters. So that's one portion of this budget that's also included. So we also thought about utilities for chapters. We thought about Daltex at the chapter level. We also thought about veterans at the chapter level. So in this year's budget, the Budget and Finance Committee is recommending to the council that each of the chapters receive, I think it's $10,000 just for veterans events and awards. So a lot of this year's budget is kind of focused on the chapter level. So I just wanted to share that information. Again, if you want to look at the budget that's been presented, it's online, and you can see line by line how much money is going to where. So that's what I can speak to right now. Again, there are amendments that can be made at Budget and Finance, and also Navigated, get them in council, and then we'll just pray the president also agrees. Yes.
One more item. All of our chapters across the Navajo Nation are receiving housing from the FIT program and also from the ARPA program for our community members. However, they're only receiving the house itself. If there is
demolition that needs to be done or clearance, to clear the land to make it better ready. They're coming to the chapters to ask if we can, rent the dumpsters, to go dump the trash from the demolition and equipment to demo, demo the old house, or if there isn't a home there, then to clear the land or to put up,
Right.
But then, and then the foundation for it is still on. And as I mentioned before, we're already very low on our budget. Funding is there, so we're really. And of course, they're asking for PEP to help them to demo the houses, and build a house. So we're trying to help our community, but we just don't have the money and they don't have the money, so somewhere we have to come up with the money. I don't know if that has been considered at all.
So it really, again, I'll give you an example. So in my chapters, I represent Dennahotso, Kansas, and Chilchibito. In Dennahotso, they budgeted their ARPA money to include what they're calling ground prep. And in Chilchibito, they also budgeted in their ARPA dollars to include ground prep. So what that means for the chapter is that they're hiring well, they were doing summer youth employees at the time. And then also just the extra help around the chapter to supplement that service. So I think if it goes down to the priorities of the chapter, in my chapters, they're setting aside that money in already anticipating the housing to come too. So for the chapters that I represent, their priority was the housing. So they wanted to make sure all of the services were included. So they set aside money for that. And for ARPA dollars, they, who was I talking to? For Mr. Tom Patera, has Tom Patera come out to your chapter? Okay, I would recommend to Mr. Nota that Mr. Tom Patera come out to the chapters to also explore other ways ARPA funding can be used for supplemental services like ground prep or getting ready for those housing as well. I would also work with Mr. Nota could also work with Mr. Castillo in getting an update on the CHID program. In this year's budget, this is only general funds. It doesn't include any federal funding or ARPA funding. It's just general funds. So for this year's general funds, the Budget and Finance Committee set aside some money for a housing trust fund. So even in the future, when we need more housing in the future, I'd really like to encourage the chapters to think about how in the future we're going to set aside the land for housing in our communities, because you all know how long it takes to withdraw land to get that done. And I want to challenge each and every one of you to think ahead 10 to 15 years to make sure that that land is available so that we can use that money then, instead of kind of last minute thinking about, okay, how do we put the pieces together? But right now, my recommendation is just for Mr. Nathan Delegate Nosa to work with the FRF office so that the chapters get a full understanding of how to use those ARPA dollars. So I hope that answered your question, and how different funding sources can be used right now.
Thank you, Chair Parrish, for sticking around and answering those questions regarding budget. So we're going to go ahead and at this time, we are going to move to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 6, receiving reports. We do have a report from Tohatchi chapter officials and community members regarding public safety issues within the surrounding areas. But I know that we also have, Delegate Nathan Nota's chapters aside from Tohatchi who are here. So at this time, the way that we are going to hear testimony is there is there a sign-in sheet that they sign into to provide testimony? So that we can call their name and they can, that way they can come up to the podium. And it's really important that you come up to the podium to speak because right now this meeting is being recorded. So we have to be able to hear your questions and your concerns. That way it's what we call on the record. And you can provide written testimony as well if you want to drop off written testimony with Lorraine Spencer. So at this time, do we have anybody on public testimony? If you want to go ahead and sign this white sheet here for Lorraine, that way we can call you up and then you can call, or you can do your testimony. Do we have anybody who wants to provide testimony at this time? Mr. Larry Johnson, if you can go ahead and sign the sheet and then you can come up to the podium. Oh, I'm sorry, Larry Rogers, sorry. I almost gave you a different last name. We tend to do that here at this committee. We either give you a different last name or we give you a promotion.
Usually a promotion.
Thank you, Chair. I guess, is that picking up now? It's on.
We can hear you.
There. Like that, Madam Chair. Regarding the, my name is Larry Rogers. I kind of prefer Larry King sometimes. Larry Johnson's good too. I think he's a famous pro basketball player. So anyway, yeah, he played at Las Vegas, right?
Mr. Rogers, really quickly,
Oh, I'm sorry.
it's okay. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, wasting my time here. All right, I'd like to comment on the main subject. President Moore pretty much is addressing, I'm sure he'll come back up to address it, regarding the redevelopment of the public safety building here in Tallahatchie. Other services, MES and so forth. Though I think really looking towards the future, I think it would be great to have a district court with it here. And of course, public safety service, law enforcement. We do have a health center. So MES related, but that's regarding the new building that's going to be redone here in Tallahatchie. What I mainly want to comment on is the rural addressing. DPS body under ARPA funding. Under ARPA funding, DPS supposedly is getting $35 million to do rural addressing for the entire Navajo Nation. Back about 3-4 months ago, our chapter started meeting with McKinley County to see if we can work with them to do rural addressing for actually as a pilot project, and then extending it to the rest of the District 14 to do this rural addressing in McKinley County. That means and all of this, and the reason why I say that is what my understanding now is that DPS is fully responsible for it. Rural addressing with MC Baldwin, the subcommittee, the CUPSI committee here at Tallahatchie would like to invite DPS to do a special presentation on that building. There's no sense in us as a chapter spending our time trying to work with McKinley County if indeed DPS already has a plan in place as to how to do this Navajo nationwide. Just as a footnote, not to put anybody down, but about 20-25 years ago, perhaps rural addressing DPS at the time was given a couple of $1 million to work on it. Autoshi computers being the hard me. And my understanding, only District 18 was done. Ako, 8 ata in all Jews, computers in the house, in the basement was also in the most of all Jews after that. So the job was never done. The project to do roulette dressing now has been gone from hand to hand. Let's not repeat that, though, is my caution, especially as a law and order committee. Because no issue though, roulette dressing don't. So I'd like to see the plans that are being done, how it's going to be implemented. If there's an opportunity to still work with McKinley County, of course, we don't mind working with the county on that. As I'm sure as the companies from the other chapters, I'm sure feel the same way. So you have to comment the stakeholder. I yield my time. No, understood. Yeah.
Well, you had 52 seconds left, so you didn't reserve your time, you yielded. Some of the famous words at council is I reserve my time, because we only get 5 minutes to speak on a legislation or on amendment, so we have to be very, very prepared. So Mr. Larry Rogers, in terms of the rural addressing, I think that DPS can answer that question. So what we'll do is we'll call 2 people and then we'll get their questions answered and then we'll call the next 2 people. I think that way nothing falls through the cracks. I know at council sometimes we'll have like 5 or 6 speakers and then they go to answering questions and then our questions never get answered. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and call Carissa Wood from Nosh Chitty chapter.
The sign-up sheet is up here.
Okay. Normally, my voice is really loud anyway, but I guess this will help. Again, good morning. My name is Carissa Wood. I'm the chapter manager at Nosh Chitty, and I just wanted to make a few comments in regards to the issue that's on discussion today as far as public safety. My name is Carissa Wood. I'm originally from Tuba City, Arizona. I'm actually married to Nosh Chitty, and that's how I ended up there. I'm Kia Ani, and I'm born for Tuatapere, and my Chays are Kisani, the Bear Clan, and my Nollies are Sedashkishni. So I just wanted to, first of all, like to say thank you, and I commend the Navajo Police Department for all the work that they do. I do understand a lot of what they deal with. I come from a strong family of past police officers. Out of 8 of my uncles and father, my dad was the only one that was not a police officer. So I do have a lot of cousins and family members who serve the force, not only Navajo Nation, but Arizona State Police, all the way down to White River. So I understand the effects that the families go through being in law enforcement. So first of all, I wanted to say, you know, good job, and I commend you guys for what you do. So I just wanted to bring to the table the issues that we feel we deal with within the Nosh Chitty community. The first one is the response coverage. Of course, you guys hear about that all the time. I think for Nosh Chitty, we have issues basically because of where our boundaries lie. We lie between San Juan County and McKinley County, and the coverage area depends on where they live, is where they tell us to go
as far as calling in calls, whether it's in Fort Defiance, Shiprock and Crown Point. We were informed that, you know, those boundaries are no longer there, but still to this day, you call and they tell you to call this agency or call this district. And when it is an emergency, time is of the essence. We understand that. And we just need to work together, I guess, to break those boundaries down somehow in some way so that the response time and response coverage is better for everyone in our areas. The second issue that we face with is we have a lot of bootleggers and drugs in our area. And we are informed that the Navajo Nation Police know of these incidences, of these issues that are happening. But yet it just seems like nothing is ever being done. And we tend to rely on a lot of community members, our commission members, to have to go out and deal with this. And that is a big underlying problem, we feel, because that brings in crime, that brings in shady people from surrounding communities into our communities. It also brings in assault on elderlies, because these younger generations are basically taking it out on the elderlies that they live with because of these issues. You know, you also get the people that tend to turn to alcoholism, and then that turns into other underlying problems. And those are like the bigger issues that we deal with within our community. And then as far as the EMS, we only have one area that covers our community, which is here in Tohatchi. But sometimes when there's not enough ambulances or services, we have to wait for Gallup as a backup, or Shiprock or Farmington as a backup. And those response calls, especially if they're life-threatening, can be up to 3 hours wait time. And that's how we tend to lose a lot of our community members, is when there's just not the help there for them, especially our elderly. So with this public safety, we are very supportive of it. We have been, working with the District 14 chapters to make this a reality, in hopes that it will serve our community better, because it's an hour from each direction practically. So minus the time that we have to wait for an available officer or EMS, that turns into 2 to 3 hours, if at all. So those are just some of the topics that I wanted to bring, to the attention of the committee, and then the other people who are working on this public safety complex, that hopefully we'll be able to come to problem solving and make things better for not only our community, but all along 491. So, and I'll reserve my time.
Thank you for that, Ms. Wood. We appreciate that. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and turn the floor over right now. I know that there was questions regarding the districting. Those were 2 questions that came up from both Larry Rogers and Carissa Wood. Shiprock, whether people should be calling Shiprock or Crown Point, that is one. Rural addressing, I don't know if Director Anderson, I don't know if that's something that you can answer. I believe that that's maybe, okay, you guys can answer it, perfect. And then we'll talk a little bit about the facility, because I know that there's going to be a lot of questions regarding the facilities. But I'll turn the floor over at this time to Director Anderson and Chief Noon. If you guys want to come up to the podium.
I'm having a problem with my throat right now, so I'm gonna try to limit all the information. Most information Chief Lynn will be able to provide pretty readily. But we do one of the key things that we are aware of. We've spoken to the different departments that are under the Division of Public Safety about some of these issues. And I know that Chief Noon is gonna talk a little bit about some of the struggles, some of the obstacles that we're running into as well, in these different rural communities. And I know for certain that Chief Noon has these concerns as a priority, because we've spoken about them on several occasions. So I'll allow Chief Noon to talk about the districting, some of the response times and priorities in manpower. In regard, and also allow him to talk a little bit more on the rural E911 and rural addressing, which we are working on. I have one of the deputy chiefs working on specifically assigned initially to address the funding that has come across and is available. I know it's not a current or quick solution, but the E911 will ultimately assist us in the future, which is about a 5-year goal of being able to dispatch and allow for response times to be reduced on all departments in and under the Division of Public Safety, law enforcement, EMS, fire and rescue and such. So that in essence, there will ultimately will be 2 main dispatch centers that will be dispatching for all of Navajo. And you'd be calling it one location, one of 2, I should say. And they would be able to dispatch whatever district is available based on manpower, as well as location and the quickest response. So what I'll do is I'll turn this over to Chief Noon. Yeah.
Thank you, Director. Getting warm in here. I don't know if it's temperature, or if it's me standing up here in front of you. So thank you for the questions. I'm probably gonna leave some points with you all when I tell you this first thing. I don't understand Navajo. So just as long as we're all clear on that, and as we get through, started with this question and answer. The second thing is, when it comes to the E911 rural addressing, you know, it's like the person who's responsible for it, when he's telling me about it, he may as well be talking to me in Navajo, because I don't understand what he's saying. So I think it is a good idea that, you know, bringing that person here to explain to you exactly what is going on with the program. We've got $35 million from ARPA to get this program started. It's up and running, well, not up and running, but at least the steps taken to get that process here. What we can tell you is Shiprock is almost done, I think, with the rural addressing. I don't know how far along you all are down on this side of Navajo, but it's something that it's going to be a benefit to everybody on Navajo. And when we get this thing up and running, and whatever it's also going to bring to us is, you know, some of the infrastructure needs that we have when our officers are out here responding to calls, and instead of having to run all the way back to the main district office to download reports, you know, it'll upload through the web, you know, and I think that's something that we haven't had for a long time. So we will definitely reach out to Delegate Nota to set up a update meeting on that 911 project with ARPA and rural addressing. And as far as the districting goes, you know, what I had said earlier, because I've been hearing this a lot about, you know, people remembering how the Navajo Nation was just 10, 20 years ago. And even with Crown Point District, I had a conversation with an officer before he retired, when he was telling me, you know, just 12, 13 years ago, there was 45 officers in the Crown Point District. You know, now we have 20. And I also heard a number, you know, that there was upwards close to 60 officers in the Crown Point District. Some of the public safety people here may remember that. But like I said earlier, I remember Navajo PD from 2019. When I got here, we had 200 officers. We were kind of floating around that area. And when you take away the command staff, myself, the deputy chiefs and lieutenants and stuff, we have 170, maybe 180 officers dedicated to the entire Navajo Nation to patrol. But one thing that I've also discovered is a problem is through all those years in the Navajo PD, when, I don't know when it happened, but when all the departments got separated, the mentality changed. So everybody started looking at the Shiprock Police District as the Shiprock Police Department, the Crown Point Police District as the Crown Point Police Department. So people started working independently of the rest of the nation. And so we call them silos. People only worked within the territory they were responsible for, and they didn't work with each other. And that's been something that we've been trying to change. So some of these meetings that you guys have had, that's where you're hearing this, we're trying to get rid of the boundary lines. These imaginary lines, you can't see them, but a police officer will tell you it's right there. I don't go to calls on that other side. And that's nonsense. And so those are things that we've been working on changes. And I get the area that we were talking about in Lashchidi and, that area there. Because even I ran into it when I had to deal with a stranded motorist coming off of Narbona Pass. And I called somebody and I said, hey, what district is this? And they asked me, where are you at? So I explained it and they go, well, I think that's Crown Point. So let me call Crown Point for you. And I said, okay. And then, then I was told, well, it could be Winter Rock or it might be Shiprock. And so I get it. I understand the confusion. But the message that we're pushing is just go and take care of the problem. We can hash all that stuff out later. And even if it is a Crown Point district incident and you're from Shiprock and you respond, just do the report. Provide the services that the community expects. We can go back to Winter Rock and our IMS section and make sure it gets logged under the proper district. But one of the struggles that we have, and that's not just the Navajo Nation, it's everywhere. When you're dealing with the culture of a police agency, that's the hardest thing to change because people get used to the way they've always done something. And when you come in and you try to change things, like for me, one of the things that I heard a lot when I first started is, why are you trying to make us Farmington Police Department? Because that's where I came from. I spent 23 and a half years at the Farmington Police Department, border town, just east of Shiprock. I retired from there as a deputy chief in 2018 and I came here in 2019. So I hear all those things even from my own officers that but it's something that it's important to me because it affects all of you in this room. So I understand those issues. We've also had some conversations. It was brought up in one of the Law and Order Committee meetings that maybe it's time to change the boundaries so that they represent or they match the judicial boundaries. So there's no issues when it comes to filing charges in certain courts. People will know, where they need to go. But really, as far as the Navajo PD goes, this is an interesting time in law enforcement. A lot of you saw what happened across the nation, even before COVID. And fortunately for us, we still have a lot of people that are interested in being police officers. The problem that we're having is getting them through backgrounds. And then the problem, like I explained earlier, is getting them through an academy. It's a 26-week long academy, and a lot of people, when they show up there, they have no idea what it's like. They don't have life experience. They see what they see on TV, and then one day, mom gets mad at them because they're playing games on the sofa, and they say, well, okay, I'll be a police officer. And that's how it starts. And they show up to the academy, and it's completely different than what they thought. So we've been working on how we're onboarding people as well, but we're still having problems, getting people to the academy, getting them through backgrounds. So the districting issue, I get it. it's a problem, it's something that you can continue to push. And who knows, maybe the districts will look different as this discussion further with the judicial, district lines. So does that answer the question?
I believe so, Chief Newman.
Ida, is there anything else?
I think a lot of it is, would be answered once that redistricting was done. It's not the cases that it would be in all countries, not just by police and like I said, it's counties and so I think once that issue is addressed, I think it would be better. And like you said, you experience what we go through.
Right.
Have people need help and then you get transferred here and there and, it's just frustrating, but then at the same time, when it's life threatening, it can be scary. So
Completely agree.
you did answer. Yes, Bob, can you give us a little bit more information about your E911?
Yeah, I wish I could. I think, okay, so for the rest of the world, when somebody calls 911 and goes to the call center and they're able to pinpoint the location with the system that they have. Here on Navajo, when you dial 911, and you guys will correct me if I'm wrong, but it goes to Colorado first, or down here, they go to Albuquerque. They'll get the 911 call, they'll determine where it's coming from, and then they'll call our local dispatch center. So it's gonna be a big step forward when that project is completed and implemented. The two locations that we're looking at is one in Kayenta to cover the western side of Navajo. The other location is up here in Yatahe to cover the eastern side. But aside from arranging that presentation, I really can't speak too much about it. I'll just sound foolish up here. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chief Noon. So while you guys are getting served, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring out the whiteboard. I usually, when I go to chapters, we explain the process and I use, I like to draw things out because for me, I'm very visual and I'm auditory. So if I see them in combination, it helps me to understand what's going on. So as you guys are getting served, I'll pull out the whiteboard and we'll make a little bit of an arrangement here so that you guys can see, and hopefully that will answer some of the questions that you have, especially regarding the public safety facility building. So what we'll do, Lorraine, is let's go into maybe a 15-minute break. I'm not going to ask for a motion in a second. I'm going to go ahead and use the chair's discretion so that we can set up the whiteboard and get everybody served so that nothing is missed. Okay, 15-minute break.
And thank you to my LD Ainsley, who helped coordinate and put all this stuff together, and Marina from here in Tallahatchie. Yeah.
Are we back now, Lorraine? Are we back, Lorraine? Yes. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and do a roll call for the record since we were at recess.
Roll call, Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Present.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Nathan Noter. Here. Thank you, Honorable Nathan Noter is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Thank you, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is present. Honorable Stephen Arvizo is excused. Honorable Sharon Yazzie is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 members present, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. Couldn't really hear you, so just an FYI. We have 3 members present. We did call roll call, so we are back from our recess. So just a little bit of background information. Prior to coming back to the Navajo Nation, when I was in school, I do have 4 degrees. I have 2 bachelor's, my master's, and my Juris Doctorate degree. Before coming back to the Navajo Nation, I was a law professor at Texas Tech University, where I taught there at the School of Law. So I do have a background in teaching. That's why I like to use the whiteboard and try to put together presentations. So usually when we come out to chapters, we like to explain kind of the process and what we're looking at. Because from what we're hearing already, there's a request for public safety facility buildings. It sounds really easy to just make that request and expect your council delegate and councils to come up with the money, but it's not that easy. And that's why I'm going to explain to you kind of what we're looking at overall and the issues that is happening, not only on the Navajo Nation, but for all 576 recognized tribes and what we have to go through. I'm going to start off. One of the big issues that we ran into was our question for manpower. So on the Navajo Nation, I'm sure you guys have seen it. You drive by a building, there's a brand new building and there's nobody in the building, right? It's always a question of manpower. Do you have enough men or women, to fill those positions? Right now, we got a report during the summer session from President Boo Nygren, who talked about the open positions that are currently, that we're facing right now. There's more than half of the positions on the Navajo Nation that are filled. So we're facing a shortage of manpower. And so when we're talking about manpower, we're not only talking about the Navajo Nation employees, but we're also talking about our law enforcement and criminal investigators. The manpower for law enforcement and criminal investigations, your EMS, part of judicial branch, and then detention is associated with what we call a 638 contract. This K in law school, the K is kind of like a shorthand for contract. So you'll see me using K, that means contract. So there's a 638 contract. This contract is given to the Navajo Nation through the Bureau of Indian Affairs. The Bureau of Indian Affairs is the one who basically sets the amount. How many of you guys have seen the movie Friday? Right. You don't have to be shy about it or be embarrassed. I know I was in high school when I watched that movie, so that should tell you how old I am. But do you remember that part where the mom gives Smokey $1 and tells him, go down to the store and go buy me a pack of cigarettes? And he looks at that dollar and he says, Mom, this isn't enough. And she says, well, make it enough, right? That's BIA telling the Navajo Nation to make it enough. They give us $1 and they say, make it enough. So what we have been trying to do to increase our manpower, number one is we're exercising our sovereignty. And Chief Noon talked a little bit about the police academy. We're the only tribe in the entire United States that has our own police academy. And when I say we're exercising our sovereignty, what that means is that the BIA said, no, Navajo, you can't do that. And we said, you know what, we're sovereign, we can do it. Because what we were doing is within the BIA, they send you to a police academy. And we were probably maybe, if we were lucky, maybe less than 5 graduates a year is what we were seeing. Because they were sending them out, is that right, Chief Noon? It was a low number of what we were seeing. So we said, we can't do that. We can't just graduate 5 police officers a year. The Navajo Nation is in need right now. So Chief Noon, they started that police academy. And so now we have our very own police academy established in the Navajo Nation. And as Chief Noon just now stated, they just graduated 7. I think total, how many have you graduated since starting the police academy, Chief Noon? 35 to 40 police officers have graduated through the police academy. If we would have waited for BIA, that would have been probably on average about 5 a year, is what we would have seen. So we're trying to address the shortage of the manpower. That police academy doesn't get any federal funds through the 638 contract. So everything has got to be funded through the general funds of the Navajo Nation, okay? But we're trying to increase that number because we're going to come back to this issue of manpower. We also at council, you know, we talked about the manpower. What we're trying to do is we're trying to address, we're hoping that President Boone Nygren will help us, because so far we haven't got no help yet from the president's office, but we have to address the salary of not only law enforcement, but all Navajo Nation employees. We have Navajo Nation employees who are still making $9 an hour. That's less than the minimum wage for some states. So at council, we're having that discussion and we're saying, what can we do to increase that? We don't have very much money. People probably think the Navajo Nation has, you know, that we're sitting on all of this money, but we're not. As was stated by Chair Parrish when she was here, the budget is going through the process right now, and that budget is associated with services. So we have to look at those services. If council starts pulling money, we have to ask ourselves, who are we going to pull it from? Are we going to take money from law enforcement? Are we going to take money from our elders, our veterans, our children? Somewhere, if we start pulling money, we have to try to figure out who are we going to take it from? Where are we going to downsize to make up for some of those? And then remember, when we're talking about manpower, over half of the positions right now on the Navajo Nation aren't being filled. So even if we put more money there, there's no guarantee that our kids are going to come back to want to work for the Navajo Nation. That's another thing that we're facing. Then the people is another one. Because again, if we start pulling money from somewhere, we're going to be taking it from somebody. And we get stuck with the decision of, okay, how do we do that? So when we're talking about manpower, when we build a facility, we have to make sure that there's going to be dedicated people in that building to be able to cover that area, right? It's not only manpower for law enforcement when we're talking about public safety facility building, but we're talking about Navajo Nation employees. We're talking about, you know, EMS. We're talking about fire department. And I believe the report that we got from fire department was that I think we only have 13. Is that correct, Lorraine? Can you double check that? The report that was given to us by fire department, I believe we only have 13 employees for, fire department, and I think from what I remember, 6 are firefighters. Covering the entire Navajo Nation. So when we're talking about manpower and building a facility, that's the first thing that council said is, okay, you better prove to us that you guys have the manpower to fill those positions. Number 2 is we look at operations and maintenance. Because Navajo Nation is notorious for building a building, but then they forget to put the operations and maintenance costs in that building. So then that building just sits there and it starts to become dilapidated, it gets old, and pretty soon, before it's ever even open to the public, it's ready to be shut down because of, health issues. So we have to look at the operations and maintenance costs in addition to the manpower side. I forgot to put that down, so I'm gonna sneak that in here, O&M costs. And with the O&M costs, what we've been trying to work on is a thing that's called the 105L lease. The 105L lease is basically BIA's response. BIA is responsible for providing law enforcement services. They're also responsible for building public safety facility buildings. There's 2 right now, Shiprock and Winter Rock, that are so old, both have been shut down because BIA has not given us any money to build those buildings. So they put it back on the tribe, BIA and federal government, and they said, okay, you Indian people, because it's not just Navajo, remember there's 576 federally recognized tribes throughout the United States. Less than half of those have their own police force. But what the federal government said is, okay, Navajo, you build it and we'll rent it from you because we don't have enough money to give to you to build a public safety facility building. So that's how they created this 105L lease. Within the 638 contract is language. If you look down on section 105L, that's where it talks about that lease. So Congress has given millions of dollars for this lease right here. And we started the process in 2019 to try to get onto that listing. At that time, there were only 4 tribes that were on that list. Now there's 20, I think the last count when we received that, the Tribal Interior Budget Council, I believe it was either 23 or 26. Do you remember, Delegate Notam? I want to say it was 26. So it's a 2-step process. Number 1 is the president has to write a letter saying, you know what, Navajo is interested in this 105 lease. That's just 3-step process. Number 2 is Navajo would have to build it. And then number 3 is we enter into that contract with BIA. So we're stuck right now at the building part. And that's where we're going to talk a little bit about the funding. But before I get there, I'm going to go to data. Because part of increasing our federal funds and then addressing these O&M costs, is the data. Right now, Congress and BIA, Office of Justice Services, look at your calls for service. That every single time somebody picks up the phone to call the police to say, hey, police, we need somebody over here. The police respond, right? That number gets recorded. That number gets reported. It not only gets recorded, but it also gets reported as well. I'm putting together, this is our book of data. The Navajo Nation has never, ever had anything like this before. When I became chairwoman, once I learned that the data was needed, whenever Congress asked us for data, I knew that it was important that we start putting the data together. Again, keep in mind my history of being a law professor, and if you look at the data, right, everything is in writing. So we started collecting the data and we put it together in this book so that we can submit this book to Congress, but it's still in its draft form. Right now, our call for services from 2018 to 2020, the average was 239,376, covering 7 districts. If we have 400,000 Navajos registered with the Navajo tribe, that means over half of our Navajos at one time or another has called the police for help. And that's the data that we're taking to Congress to say, look, we need our money increased. We need to be able to, to provide service to our Navajo people. We need that manpower. We also need you guys to cover the full operations and maintenance costs. We're going to give you the data. So they're saying, we want to look at your calls for services. So your delegate, Nathan Nota, is involved in, it's called TIBIC, well, we call it TIBIC, but it's called the Tribal Interior Budget Council. What that is whenever Congress gives money to the Department of Interior, so this is DOI's money bag. Department of Interior, they have these little offices that they have to give money to. One of those offices is BIA. Within BIA, you have the Office of Justice Services. When they get money down to here, it goes to the different, it goes to law enforcement, right? So part of Navajo's job, when we say that government to government relationship, is we have to be involved at the federal level. Now, there are some delegates, I will admit, they just stay local. So they only talk about their chapters. But as council delegates within the law, our job is to speak for all the Navajo people on and off the Navajo Nation. There are some delegates that know the law, they understand. That's why we're assigned to the different committees. So there was a question about Deltec. And I was asking Delegate Nathan Nota, who is your delegate in this agency that's on health, education, and human services? Because they should be the ones that are speaking up for Deltec, for all of your chapters in this agency. That's how it works. So I'm a council delegate for the Northern Agency. I don't speak just for Shiprock. I speak for the entire Northern Agency that includes Annan, Red Mesa, Cove, all the way down to San Juan chapter. Those are all of the chapters that I take care of in the Northern Agency. And I speak up for the Northern Agency. That's where it extends to all of the people. So your delegate is not just your chapter delegate. They are the delegate for the people. So when we're talking about, like TIBIC, we get involved in TIBIC because when the Department of Interior gets that money, it is our job to get out there to say, hey, Navajo needs this money. Department of Interior, you got millions of dollars. We want a part of that millions of dollars, and that's how we advocate. So your delegate now, Nathan Nota, has been assigned to Natural Resources Subcommittee. I've been assigned to Public Safety and Justice. And I can say that in the 4 years that I served at TIBIC, we were able to get public safety and justice from number 4 to number 2. So it's a number 2 priority. Your top 5 priorities get full funding. So we've been able to move up in the process. For 1 year, we were number 1, and then we fell back down to number 2. But that's okay, we're in the top 2. So we get pretty much full funding, not Navajo Nation, but public safety. Okay, because once the money goes from OJS and it goes to public safety and justice, then that gets divided to all the different tribes. And in 1 year, the year that I learned that, I was so mad because we got $8 million additional funds. We went out there, we advocated, we thought that whole $8 million was gonna come to Navajo Nation, but it didn't. But we did get the most amount. I think we got like 1.8 million out of that 8 million. So that's how this funding becomes important. And that's why delegates are always in Washington, DC, or we're always where they call our TIBIC meetings. TIBIC meets twice a year. The main meeting is always in Washington, DC, and then we have a mid-annual meeting that's off-site. So 1 year, Navajo got to sponsor TIBIC in Flagstaff. This last month, I think was it a month ago, a couple weeks ago, we were in upstate New York at Niagara Falls at the, which tribe? Seneca Nation. So each tribe sponsors TIBIC. And then I think next year in August, we'll be in somewhere in Southern California because there's a tribe out there that wants to sponsor us. So we go out there, we have these budget meetings and we advocate for funds. One of the other things that we're also advocating for at TIBIC is we're trying to get more funding for what we call our SROs, or school resource officers. Right now, the school resource officers are just security. And I don't mean to say that in a bad way, but security at the federal level, at the state level, and even here at the tribal level, security have limited powers. They cannot arrest, they cannot carry a gun, they cannot, in some cases, carry a taser. I think the only thing that they can carry is names. And so we're saying we don't need security at our schools, we need law enforcement. Because of the school shootings that are happening right now, we need officers to be able to protect our children. So that means they should be able to carry a gun, and if need be, they should be able to arrest a person. Well, then it comes back down to funding. So right now, there's really not much within the education department line item that has somebody reserved for law enforcement to help secure our schools. So we're advocating for that. And at the end of this meeting, we're going to be talking about our trip to Washington, D.C. because one of the first things that we have to do in order to make that happen is we have to talk to Congress and have them, what's called a green book, have them establish that within the green book, within the budget, so that they can put money in there for school. So we will be discussing that at the end of this meeting when our trip to Washington, D.C. will be. And we always make it known when we're traveling where we're going to go and then the reason why we're going to be out there. So so we'll be talking about that towards the end of the meeting, but that's the tidbit, okay? Now, the other thing is our laws are really outdated. During the 24th, we're the 25th Navajo Nation Council. During the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we tried to amend Title 17, but we ran out of time. There's a law that says by December 30th, the year of election, that any laws that are not passed, they die. That's the only way a legislation dies. Either that or it gets voted down, or if it gets tabled twice, that's the only way a legislation dies. So we ran out of time. And really what happened was when we got to Title 17, we were so close. I remember we debated 6 hours straight. It was close to 7 hours straight talking about Title 17. I was the sponsor of that legislation. I had our agents, which was Chief Noon, Director Henderson on the line. You know, we were ready to answer questions. We said the Navajo people need this law changed, but council decided to table it, and it tabled, and then it died. And because of that, the laws are still the same. And so right now with Title 17, how many of you guys follow me on Facebook? Okay, a few of you. So I've talked about this. Right now, our statute of limitation is 3 years. So if somebody kills somebody, and if that case is not brought forward in 3 years, they walk. Our federal declination of cases right now, it's really, it's sad. But from what happens is, if there's got to be certain crimes that are committed on the Navajo Nation, if those crimes are what is covered under the United States Code, then what happens is law enforcement will start the investigation, then they refer it to criminal investigators. That's Director Henderson here. And then we have Malcolm Leslie, Malcolm almost gave you a last name, a different last name, who is another name, who is also a criminal investigator. And so what they do is they investigate those tough crimes like rape, sexual assault of a child, murder, maiming, which means like cutting off the body part. Those very serious offenses, that's what our criminal investigators do. And then once the criminal investigators do their investigation, they package it up in a nice little box with a nice bow tie, and they give it to the federal government for prosecution. So that's where your FBI as well as your federal prosecutors come in. But the problem is, in the last maybe, I don't know how many years, a lot of our cases have been declined, and we recently 44 murder cases on the Navajo Nation, they went unprosecuted. That means we possibly have 44 murderers living on the Navajo Nation who never spent 1 day in prison because the federal government didn't prosecute them. That is not a law of the Navajo Nation. That is the law of the federal government. So when we talk about these types of cases, this is what's happening, what we're seeing. And so when we're talking about the outdated laws, if we were to change that, the Navajo Nation could prosecute, because by law, criminal crimes can be prosecuted at the federal level and at the tribal level, and there's no such thing as double jeopardy. Do you guys know what double jeopardy means? When you're tried for a crime, for the same crime in, you know, I guess 2 different times. But because there's 2 different jurisdictions, the Supreme Court and Congress who writes those laws say, yeah, it's okay. It's not double jeopardy. So usually with the way that it's supposed to work is the federal government has 5 years to file. The tribal, 3 years. Well, if the federal government takes 5 years to look at a case, by the time they decide whether they're going to prosecute it or not, it's already outside of the 3-year statute of limitation for the tribe to prosecute. In addition to that, our tribal laws say that you can only spend up to 1 year, up to 1 year. That doesn't mean you can spend 365 days. You can spend 364 days in jail, up to 1 year. But you can do what's called stacking, which means if if there's murder, if there's battery, you could possibly get 2 years because they're 2 separate types of crimes. But because our Title 17 is so outdated, we can't do that. So what we're trying to do right now is we're focused right now on trying to update our Title 17 laws. And we're trying to ask chapters, and maybe Tohatchi, maybe you guys want to be the first to sponsor us, but we're trying to do public hearings so that we can give it to you, the people, to decide. Because we tried with Title 17 and your council delegates said, no, we don't want to talk about it right now. Let's wait. Well, when we come out to the communities, we hear what you guys have to say, and what we're trying to say is that people are talking right now. They want to see this change. So part of that Title 17 that we're asking is, do you want to increase jail time and fines? Or do you want to decrease jail time and fines? The committee, there's 5 members on the Law and Order Committee. 4 of us spoke up, and I say us because I was one. And I said, we need to increase jail time and increase fines. Because I think, in my opinion, you do the crime, you do the time. I should also mention I was a former prosecutor as well. I've seen so many people through the Crown Point courts go in and out, and there's some of our criminals that are so smart, they know the law. They're able to get away with it because all they have to say is, Judge, yes, I was driving drunk on the road, but you know what, Judge, I got 5 kids at home. I don't have a job. How am I going to pay $500? And the judge will say, fundamental law says that, I have to work with you. So, okay, you pay $1. Click. That's it. So that's what we're facing when we're talking about the Title 17. So we're going to be coming out to the communities. We're hoping to visit 2 chapters in every agency so that we can ask the people, do you guys even want this law changed? Because if the people say, no, we don't want the law changed, then we can just leave it where it's at. But if the people say, yes, we want the law changed, then we can ask, how do you want that law changed? So we've been working on that Title 17. The other thing that affects public safety and facility buildings is there's currently a consent decree that's sitting at the Supreme Court, which hasn't been addressed for several years now. Back in the late 1980s, a prisoner was in jail. He sued the Navajo Nation and said, I'm in jail, but this jail is so awful. It's against my human rights to be here. And the Navajo Nation agreed with him. The courts agreed with him. And the court said, Navajo Nation, you guys need to build brand new facilities. And so that's what we're trying to do, is build brand new facilities so that we don't get sued anymore. But that consent decree is still at the Supreme Court. It hasn't been heard. And so this consent decree it doesn't allow our officers to jail somebody for a long period of time, even though we have brand new facilities in Crown Point and Chinle and Tuba City and Kanta. So we have to look at the consent decree and we have to, this needs to be addressed so that we can start jailing people longer. Now, I know that there's some people who are saying, what about detox rehabilitation? The bottom line is, we don't get federal funding for that. And we don't have enough in general funds to offer that. So we can start advocating. We can go to Congress and we can say we need money for detox rehabilitation. But our data on that is bad. I believe that we got a report that there was a facility in Gallup that was willing to take our people who needed to go through the process of rehabilitation. And Director Gray Eyes, do you remember the number? How many signed up and how many actually went?
We had about 5 and one agreed to go. And he didn't show up, so.
So 5 agreed to go, no, 5 signed up.
Right.
1 agreed to go, but none of them showed up. And I believe there was how many cases?
Close to 400.
Close to 400. So what that means is there was 400 cases that were eligible for this service. 400, but only 5 people said, okay, I'm interested. Only 1 signed up, but none went. So that's our data. So how do we take that to Congress to say we need a rehabilitation detox center when that's our data? So that's what we're facing in terms of the rehabilitation detox center. I think that we are working on the detox center, or I should say, I think we have been working on the detox center. But as many of you who ever worked with BIA, you know it's a very slow process and we're constantly on top of them about these types of services. And then the last one is the funding and the planning. So I see the plans of the facilities, I see the schematic design, that's what these are called right here. These are your schematics. So basically, it's kind of like a picture of what the facility is gonna look like, right? Then you have your blueprints, which is good. We got the blueprints, but we also need NTUA to sign off on your capacity. We have President Moore say, we have the electricity, we have the broadband, we have the water. That's good. All communities say that. But your NTUA has to sign on for capacity. What capacity means is when NTUA, when CLUBC does their planning, they say, okay, we're going to plan for 20 houses. Those 20 houses are going to be connected to electricity, water, and broadband. There's enough coverage here, we're good. Well, let's say a mini mall comes in. That mini mall gets built, your 20 houses get built. There was never in the plans anything about a mini mall. And then you hear people calling, saying, hey, my electricity got shut off. It got shut off because there's a shortage. The capacity is not there. Or we hear people saying, my pressure on my water, there's no pressure. There's no pressure because the capacity is not there. So that's why we really need NTUA at the table. We also need your soil reports. Navajo Nation is notorious for building buildings on quicksand. The example that I always use is the bathroom at the Four Corners Monument. How many of you guys have ever been to the Four Corners Monument? You drive in right on the left-hand side of that nice big building, right? That building has never been used, ever, because there's no water in that building. They built it on a cat rock, and it's going to cost millions of dollars to connect the water line, which is less than a half a mile away, to drill through that cap rock to deliver water. In addition to that, part of that cap rock has sand that deteriorated. So now the building is like this. And there's a big old crack in that building.
Well, when they built that building, they didn't do the ground sampling to see what kind of ground is there. The Navajo Nation has all types of ground, right? We have all types of soil. So that's another thing that's required, is we look at that to say, okay, if we build this facility, it's gonna last us for 50, 80 years. Because we're only gonna build it one time. So the chapters need to get that soil sample in of where they want it to go. We also asked for, in terms of your planning and your blueprint, that this is the hard part. If there is like a detaining area or like a jail, because detaining and arrest are two different things. But if there's anywhere that's gonna hold the facility, BIA has to sign off on it. So if your facility doesn't have a jail or a detaining center, then I think it'll go through the process a little bit faster, but BIA has to be involved whenever people are detained or whenever they're arrested. So that adds another thing for the chapters to have to get through. And then on top of that, we're gonna ask you about your operations and maintenance. Your O&M has to be there. Who was gonna cover O&M costs? When we went to the chapters said, no, we don't have that kind of money. Navajo Nation, you guys do it. That's why we started looking at the 105 Al lease, because those are federal money, because Navajo Nation doesn't have any money to cover your operations and maintenance. So that's another thing that we have to look at. And then when we're talking about actually building the building, the money part of it, that's where, once we have the manpower in place, it's checked, we're good. Once we have the operations and maintenance, check, we're good. Once we have the data in place, check, we're good. Once we have the laws taken care of, check, we're good. Then we can start talking about the actual building. This one right here, we're working on it. So we've been given a little bit of leeway in terms of, the funding part of it. But during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we started the process of funding. As I already told you guys, we don't have that within the Navajo Nation budget, our general funds. I think personally, if we were to kind of cut down on some of the stuff that we have going on and try to repurpose that money, I think that might be a possibility. For instance, I have questioned, why do we have a First Lady's office? We're giving the First Lady $150,000 a year for her office. For what? She's not an elected official. She can't speak on your behalf. So what is she doing? She's volunteering, but we're giving that funding to that office. I think those days are gone where a lady was expected to stand, to stand astute to her husband supporting him. I say, for us women, let us work. That's what we ask for. Same thing applies to the First Lady, let her work. Maybe she wants a job off the Navajo Nation, but because the way that the laws are written, we, the Navajo people, we expect her to be there. We don't pay her. We give her an office, but that's $150,000 a year that we could repurpose for other things, for other services. Another office, government development. For 20 years, we've been giving government development money with no change in our government. Nothing has been going on. Each year we give them money. We don't know where that money goes. But I think it's time that we start looking at, where can we cut down to make more money available and then repurpose that. Those are some of the things that we're talking about. When it goes back to funding, we have citizens. We had over, I believe it was over 300 million during the 24th Navajo Nation Council in January. But this last December, the delegates went on a spending spree. And now we only have, I believe it's 55 million left in citizens. Once that money is gone, it's gone. No more. And this is going to go away. There's not going to be any more citizen. There's no money going into citizen right now. So we don't have very much money in citizen. To get citizen money, you need a legislation. It's got to go through Navi Kiyatskit, which is
committee. Now yeah. And then it's gotta go through council, then it's gotta be signed by the president. So this is where a lot of chapters, and I'll be very honest, I'm not a fan of chapters. I see your chapter spending, and I see that a lot of it is wasteful spending. I do not agree with chapters. Because they're supposed to be there to help the people, and they're not. So we spend, I think, about $5 million a year giving to chapters. Then there's always the extra UUFP because chapters need additional funds. But what do we hear at council? The people coming to us saying that our chapters are not helping. Something needs to happen, and that's where that government development comes in. How do we restructure the government? If we want local autonomy, how do we do that? Because we know chapters are not working. There's only 30 certified chapters and then 110 chapters. So that means that really only 30 chapters can be trusted with their money. And this has been going on for years. But when we're talking about citizen, a lot of chapter projects go through there. We heard in December, I heard there's over, I think it's $70 million that sits in chapter funds every year that we cannot invest. So it's not making money, it's just sitting there. And we recently passed the legislation to say no more carryovers, but it doesn't apply to chapters. So I always tell my Shiprock chapter, I don't work for the officials, I work for the people, I work for the community. And if they're coming to me saying that you're not giving them funding, then what's the point of you guys being here? Why should we give you guys a stipend? You only meet 1 hour for $500. So that's me, and you guys hear me rant about it on Facebook. But Citizen is a lot of chapter projects and they're just sitting there because they're not moving. Public Safety and Justice Fund is another one. That was approved in 2015 by the 23rd Navajo Nation Council. They received, so they received a bond. And that bond was used for different projects. So we have Chief Justice here, we have Director Anderson here. They're the ones who speak for this Public Safety and Justice Fund. They put together what's called a priority listing. That priority listing can be found in legislation number LOCAP-03-22. They get together and they say, okay, based on the data, based on the manpower, let's put this list together to identify all of the communities that need public safety and facility buildings or maybe courts. You look at your data. That's how they come up with this listing. And so I believe Tohatchee is on that listing, and I know Pinyon is here. Pinyon is on that listing. But we get a lot of other communities that say, we want to be on that listing. It comes back to the data. If your community is only making 5 calls for police for services, they're probably not going to get a building. Versus another community that might be getting 300 calls. But this is all tracked. Okay, so they look at your data. And then working with Chief Noon, working with Director Henderson, they say, do we have enough manpower to cover that building? During the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we challenged the chapters, every single chapter. We said, send us 2 able bodies. They can go through the police academy, they can pass the background check, they can go through the testing. When they graduate, we'll send them back to your community. The highest number of recruits come from Tuba City, Chinle, and Shiprock. So that's why the officers get sent back that way. So I'm challenging Tohatchee, Delegate Nathan Nota, your chapters, if they can send us 2 able bodies to not only be able to pass the test, but go through the police academy and then also pass the background check. And as Chief Noon stated, that's the biggest problem that we're facing right now is our background check. Our kids our kids, we try to talk to them, right? We try to teach them, we say, don't do that, don't be going out there, they get in trouble. If you get in trouble with the law, it can affect your background. Because each one of our law enforcement, they carry a gun. And that federal law says you have to be able to pass a background check. So if there's a domestic violence call against you or against a person, they probably are not gonna pass the background check. So a way that we're trying to help, and again, we're exercising their sovereignty like we did with the police academy, is we lowered the age. BIA said you can only hire 21 and older. But what Chief Noon said is, nope, we're gonna hire 18-year-olds. If our military can go into our schools and recruit our children to serve in the military, we can do the same thing with their Navajo Nation law enforcement. We can go in there, we can recruit them. With our military, they're going out, they've got their weapons. They're in the United States, they're all over the world. Here, we can recruit them and keep them here on the Navajo Nation. And it lessens their chances of getting into trouble from 18 to 21 years of age. So that's another way that we've been trying to help in increasing the manpower for our law enforcement, is lowering the age to 18. Again, sovereignty move. We're saying we're sovereign, we can do this. The last, or I'm sorry, not last, another option is ARPA. During, when we started discussing the ARPA legislation, we were told that ARPA money, you can't use that to build public safety facility buildings. I challenged it on the floor. I remember I went toe to toe with the Attorney General. And I asked, why? Who made that decision? Because we need public safety facilities. We need them built across the entire Navajo Nation. When we're talking about public safety facility buildings, we're talking about first responder substations. The first responder substations, they have fire department, EMS, law enforcement, criminal investigations, and it's even got like a little dorm attached to it. So why is it we can't use ARPA money to do that? That's our first responders. And that's what you guys are asking for here, is that substation, that first responder substation. So we were trying to say, you can't eliminate us from applying for ARPA, but they did. So ARPA was not and still is not an option at this point. Another bag of money, public safety and justice bond. This is one that we're currently working on. We're working with Key Bank. Key Bank is the one who financed the first public safety and justice fund when they gave the first bond in 2015. Key Bank said, oh, Navajo Nation, you guys are paying your bills on time. You guys got AAA credit rating. Let's go ahead and let's give you a little bit more money for your bond. And let's see if that helps you guys. So Key Bank, I want to say, it's been a while, but I want to say they gave us 175 million. So what we had to do with the November 2021, we went to Seattle. Myself, Speaker Seth Damon, Chair Jamie Henyo, Vince James, the four of us went out to Seattle to meet with Key Bank to say, what can we do? Let's get this bond going. Well, what they said is, okay, we are ready to give it to you. But what happened is we needed to go before the investment committee. There's 5 members on the investment committee. Those 5 members are the president, the attorney general, the controller, the auditor general. Actually, I think there's 6 and 2 delegates from budget and finance. Well, we did not have the support of then President Jonathan Nance. He is the one who was on the investment committee, and who does he have control of? Controller, and also the AG. So We never made it onto the investment committee. We sent them documents, we got onto their agenda so many times, but they never voted. All we needed was them to vote in favor, to give us permission to do the bond. Then we would have to take it to budget and finance, and we would have been done. It doesn't even go to council, it doesn't go to Maui. We had the votes for budget and finance. We were just trying to convince the investment committee, and it never happened. We ran out of time. So that technically it went away, but we're reviving it. So the law and order committee, we're gonna be going out again to Seattle to talk to key banks. Because of inflation, we don't know if that number has come down or if it's come up. So we need to go back and we need to sit down with them again, take our speaker, take our chair, Parrish. Go back out there, have a meeting with them to see if this is an option. And then the last one is the permanent trust fund. This is I put it last because that's our last option. And the permanent trust fund is going to require a referendum where you, the people, get to vote on it. And I'm afraid that it's not going to pass. Because you, the people, had the chance to use permanent trust fund money to address the roads, and you guys voted it down. So they were supposed to take money from the permanent trust fund to fix all of the roads on the Navajo Nation, but the people voted it down. And that's why I don't know if they're going to allow us to use a permanent trust fund. It's going to have to go through a referendum, which is the last option. And that referendum is a 2-year process. So we'll know at the end of this year if we have to go through the referendum. And that's going to require, again, like the Title 17 public hearings, it's going to require us to come out to educate the people of the permanent trust fund. Because remember, this is the money that that Zal put aside, and he said, you know, we're not going to touch that money and we're going to let it accumulate. I believe there's 3 billion, a little over 3 billion that's in that permanent trust fund. And when we're talking about public safety facility buildings, before we were looking at 256 million, 247,134,000. That was back in 2021. But now because of inflation, we know that that number has gone up. So if you take that 247 million and you minus it from this 175 million, if we get that bond, then we still have to look at other places to fund the rest of those projects. Once we get them funded, we get them built, then we can enter into the 105 out lease, which takes care of the rent and the operations and maintenance. So all of that is what the Law and Order Committee has been working on for these past few months for the 25th. We had to start back all new because we have a brand new committee. And we've been pushing for all of this to go through. So I know it's a lot of information. That's why I said, you know, I like to draw things out so that you guys can kind of see what we're looking at in terms of getting your facility built. We also have state funding, which I thought you guys got state funding for this. Did you guys get state funding for this? How much did you guys get for state funding for your project? 2 million? Okay, so there was one, so I don't know how much your facility over here is going to cost. But we were proposing what's called a substation. That substation is already currently built. It's at the Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort. We invited the chapters to come out because what we're trying to do is, remember how I said chapters are kind of, you know, I questioned them? Because every chapter wants their own design. It's so much cheaper if we have one design, we pay at one time, we retain the rights to it, and we build it in different communities. The building that we selected is 14,950 square feet. And I'm gonna flip this over so I can kind of give you guys an idea of, it's not a whole blueprint, but just to kind of give you guys an idea of this building. So 14,950 square feet. The last update that we got last year in October, the total cost for this was 8.7 million. Okay, the building is just a square building. This way, it's scaled to fit. Meaning, if you want to go longer, you can. If you want to go shorter, you can. It's basically built, split up into 3 sections. Your first section is more like an admin, law enforcement, CI, and then there's also a conference room. Your second is dormitory style living area with a living room and a kitchen and a workout facility. Oh yeah, and showers. And a laundry room. Your third section is for firefighters, which has your bay doors, your EMS, and I think that's it, right? Okay, that's it. This is the facility, 14,950 square feet, 8.79 million. It used to be 4.5 million before COVID. This 8.7 is after inflation. That's how much it's jumped up. The blueprints, we have the blueprints. The blueprints were purchased by Navajo Gaming Enterprise. So Navajo Gaming Enterprise gifted the Navajo Nation and said, okay, we'll give you the blueprints. That way your chapters don't have to pay for the planning part of it. But this is what it comes down to. This is what we're proposing, and it's scaled to fit. So if you have your fire trucks, if you got more fire trucks, you can scale it out. Meaning you can't scale it this way, but you can scale it the long way. You can make it as long as you want, you can make it as short as you want. But the big thing, I think right now, is this. That would mean that you would have 24/7 protection. Because law enforcement can sleep in these dorms, and it's split. It's basically split like this. So these are kind of like your restrooms and stuff, and then this is like for the women, and then this is for the men. And I believe if you put bunk beds in there, I think you can have up to 12 people. So that's what we have been proposing. But when we come and we see the different, designs, this is going to cost us more. So Shiprock, I'm really hard on Shiprock because I always say, I can't be lenient on you guys and be tough on everybody else. So Shiprock said, we want our own facility. We don't want no cookie cutter building. So we said, okay, how much is your facility? Well, it's $11 million. We said, okay, $11 million. At that time, it was 4.5. So we said, we can give you the 4.5, but it's now your responsibility to come up with the rest of that money. And they said, well, you're a council delegate, you need to do that. And I said, no, I come up with a plan. And that's this facility here. You asked me to come up with a public safety facility building for Shiprock. This is it. Now Shiprock is in the process of getting a brand new jail and judicial complex, but they're also getting a substation. Now you guys are probably gonna say, why haven't they get two buildings? Because of the bridge. If that something were to happen to that bridge, all of our first responders are on one side of the town. Hospital, law enforcement, EMS, firefighters, they're all on one side of the town. And if something were to happen to that bridge, Shiprock would be required to drive all the way up to Minahanzad, come up on the back roads, come all the way down in order to provide service to those living on the side of Bashas. So that's why they're getting a substation on the south side of town for that reason. So we're gonna make that same thing because we, you know, we're gonna get money, fingers crossed, if we can, you know, do all these things here, but we need the chapters to work with us. And so that's why we're proposing this to say, you know, like this is gonna take care of all of your needs. We're in the stage right now where we're about need and not want. Those days are gone. I always say like, gosh, you know, to be a delegate back in the 80s and early 90s, you know, how much money the Navajo Nation was getting because of coal. But now because coal has gone down and we shut down our coal plant, we're not getting as much money as we used to. So that's why now we're at need. What do you need versus what do you want? And I always say need is like water and food, right? You need it to survive. Want is like a Nintendo game or a PS5. What do you guys need? That's what we're looking at. And to me, I think that this right here, this is what would satisfy the need. And if the Navajo Nation were to build this, who's to say that you as a chapter, if you guys were to get extra money, you guys couldn't build on to make it bigger or to make it better? But we can at least start you guys off with this here. And that's what we're proposing. So this 8.7 million is what we've given to Key Bank to say, this is what we would like to see. So we're rounding it out right now to 9 million, but the problem is inflation keeps going up, right? We're seeing that with our groceries, with our gas, we're seeing this inflation going up. So we're kind of in a sticky situation. If Key Bank comes back and Key Bank tells us that all they're going to give us is this 175 million, we're going to have to decide which community is going to get what. And right now, the two that are at the top of the federal listing right now is Shiprock and Winter Rock. Because the federal government built the Shiprock jail in the 1950s, and they've never kept up with operations and maintenance. So they put it on their facility replacement listing. Winter Rock is the other facility that was built by the federal government, is also on their facility listing. So this O&M, we're going to get that automatically. The O&M, I'm sorry, the 105L lease, because we qualify because they're on those listings. The other ones, that's where federal government is saying, if you guys build it, yeah, we'll rent it from you. But when we're talking about this 105L lease, you guys have to remember that operations and maintenance, that 105L lease is probably, maybe, we don't know, it might not cover this part. It'll cover the law enforcement, wherever law enforcement has their office, it will cover it. Wherever criminal investigations has their office, it will cover that section. Wherever your EMS has their offices and where they place their facilities, it'll cover it because they have 630A contracts. Who doesn't have a 630A contract? Our firefighters. That's 100% Navajo Nation funds through your tax dollars. Administration, it depends. If law enforcement and CI use it, then we can probably qualify it under the 105L lease. So what happens is, let's say this office here is law enforcement. This one gets covered. Let's say this office right here is CI. This one gets covered. Let's say this office right here is firefighters. That doesn't get covered. So you'll probably have your maintenance facility, clean this office and skip past this office. And then you have EMS. Because they have a 638, that will probably get covered. So either way, with operations and maintenance, we're looking at up to, I believe it was up to, was it 70%, Dr. Gray? 80, up to 80% of your operations and maintenance will be covered under the 105 L lease. Up to 80%. If there is no 105 L lease, it's up to 40%. Which means if it's this one here, Navajo Nation, we would have to cover 60% of the costs. So it goes back, which service are we gonna cut? Veterans, elders, children, scholarships, chapters? Because we don't have the funding for this additional 15%. Up to 80%, 20% to me is a lot better than the 60% of cost. And I think with that 20%, you know, we can be a little bit creative because 20% is a lot smaller than the 60%. So with that all, thank you guys for all listening. I know it was a ton of information. I sleep with this information every night. So when they say, you know, that your delegates are not sleeping or eating, it's because we're trying to figure out how are we going to fix all of this here. And this right here is just public safety and justice. That's not including veterans, it's not including your elders, it's not including scholarship. So that's why they say as council delegates, we carry the weight of the issues of the Navajo Nation. Every day, we're trying to figure out, you know, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna do this? Questions? Yes.
You kept referring to these times. This is our new high school.
Oh, sorry. That's right. Sorry, I got my reading glasses on. But this is, you know, I don't know if you guys are in the planning stage, but this is the alternative. And we invited the chapter to come out to look at it. And every chapter that has come out to look at it has said, yeah, this will work. This is great. This is better. Even Rama, who needs a brand new police department, because Rama is separate. Remember, Rama is technically part of, they're not part of the Navajo Nation, they're separate. But even Rama said, this will work for our police department. We want this one. So we've invited chapters to come out to look at the facility, to tour it, to tell us, is that what you guys want? And all of the chapters who have come out said, yes, we want it. But not every chapter has come out. I'm going to leave you with, this is the listing that we have. So these are there's 15 locations that have been selected for a substation, 15. First is Alamo. Well, this is not in order, but it's just alphabetized, so keep that in mind. We have Alamo, Annett, Burnside, Cameron, Inscription House, Lachine, Pueblo Pintado, Rama, Red Mesa, Rough Rock, Sheet Springs, Shiprock, Tohajale, Tohatchee, and Saley. Those are the locations that have been selected for this substation here. 15 total. Just for those substations at 8.7 million was 127,835,000. That's not including the Shiprock jail, which is now, I think, at 120 million. That's not including Pinyon. That's not including Delcom. These are just the substations for the rural communities. And on top of that, what I couldn't understand, and maybe somebody here can explain it to me, is during COVID, who were the people that we were calling? Our first responders, right? Is firefighter
a first responder? Is EMS a first responder? Is law enforcement first responder? Is criminal investigators first responders? So how can this not be qualified for ARPA money? This houses our first responders. And it makes services with this dormitory style living, it makes it 24/7. So if you have the manpower in place, there's always going to be somebody on call in your community who can respond to calls. So tell me, how is this not eligible for ARPA money? And that I could not get a response for that. So what I am hoping is with the ARPA money, I know that some delegates, you know, they're saying we need to reopen it. I'm hoping that we can reopen it. Number one, I'm proposing that we need to put due dates in there. Because if we don't use that money, it goes back to the federal government. First due date that I have on there is June 30th, 2026. If the Navajo Nation does not have that money spent by June 30th, 2026, my proposal is to give it to the people, whatever's left. Because we don't want that money going back. If we give that money back, the federal government, when we go there and we say we need these, they're gonna throw that back at us and say, we gave you over $1 billion and you guys couldn't even spend it. So that's one of the proposals that I have right now is to do another, and I'm not calling it a hardship, I'm calling it recovery. Because we all need to recover from COVID. And I would rather that money go to the people for recovery than go back to the federal government. So I'm proposing a due date be put in that ARPA legislation. I'm also proposing that we look at all of the projects. We have until December 30th, 2026. All of that money has to be spent. And if it's built, if money is going to projects, those projects have to be 100% built. Otherwise, that money goes back. And right now, the way things are going, I think there was only 9 business units that were established for ARPA. And I know some delegates were saying, well, I don't know why we got to give the hardship. And I said, you know what? Hardship is the only one where about 90% of that money has been spent. Those other ones, you guys are not even spending money. So at least with hardship, they got spent. The people got to spend that money, they got to use it. So that's another thing is we have to look at the projects. Which projects are really going to be done? If we have over half of our Navajo Nation positions still open, how are we going to fill it with ARPA? We don't have people coming back, trying to say, I want to build a house. And if we do, we have small businesses, we're making it hard for them by telling them they have to have $1 million of insurance. So realistically, I think that half of the projects, I think that they're not going to go through because we're not ready. We don't have the manpower to build these buildings. We need them, but if we're running up against the deadline, I don't know if that's going to happen. The other thing that I know, Delegate Parrish, the chairwoman for budget and finance, what they were also looking at is, like not only how much has been spent, how much we're really going to spend and pushing for the deadlines, but she's also pushing for, making changes where it's a little bit easier to spend those monies. Otherwise, we're going to be sending back a big message to the federal government. So that's where we're at right now. And again, right now, the only one that has been eliminated is ARPA. This is our last effort. And this is going to require a lot of education. Because remember, people are already saying, how come we just can't have detox and rehabilitation centers? Well, we don't have the manpower. We can't even pay people what they should be working. Our law enforcement right now, I mean, they're not even making, in the law, it says that they should be making the federal wages. They're not even making the federal wages. Our law enforcement are making less money, but they still every day show up for work. So these are a lot of things. Again, we take these home. Some of us
as council delegates, especially me as chair, I have to like look at this whole thing and try to figure out, okay, how are we gonna do this? We're already on civic. That's good. We got our foot in the door. We're already collecting data, which we're working on right now. Manpower, we're planning to go to Washington DC again, to talk about the manpower, and hopefully we'll have Director Anderson, Chief New Director Henderson accompany us so that our congressmen and women can hear directly from our law enforcement so that we can, provide better services to our Navajo people. We are also working on the outdated laws, the Title 17, we're taking that to the people to help, to ask you guys if that's what you guys want. Increase jail, increase fines, or decrease jail, decrease fines. Same thing with their statute of limitations. Should we increase that from 3 years to 5 years, or maybe even 6 years? So if the federal government says, no, we're not going to prosecute, that gives us 1 year to bring a case against that individual. So that's what we're working on. As a law and order committee. Delegate Nathan Notam.
Thank you so much. You did a great job of explaining. Great to have her explain all of this. I want to make a couple of comments. Go back. You can correct me. You're probably going to have to correct me in the meeting. This facility, I think we've all been discussing this since I've been council delegate within the chapters, especially here at Tohatchi. This is the facility we've been discussing. You can see how much money we need and how much we're going to have to get. One of the things that I'm glad that she mentioned, this is for 15 facilities across the Navajo Nation. It's not just Tohatchi. So one of the things that has happened, and we've discussed this with Parsons, the people that are coordinating all these activities and these events. One of the things that we've been looking at is maybe downsizing on some of these facilities to be able to get, the funding and the monies that we need. That's something that the chapter will have to look at. One of the things that has happened, for example, in her chapter in Shiprock, they're building facilities and they're not filling all of the building. And also, I've heard talk with the Shiprock facilities that they're going to have, instead of paving their parking lot and stuff, it's going to have to be dirt. So those are the ways, some ways that they're looking at reducing some of the cost of some of these things that has to be done. So that might be something we're going to have to maybe look at. And I want to make that comment since all the Law and Order Committee members are here. I do want to reiterate that the $175 million that Key Bank was okaying to us, that was when we had a citizen account of well over $150 million. Now we're down to 55 million. And because of that, we may not be able to get that full amount. So that's something that we're working on. We're trying to get the meetings with the Key Bank together. So those are things that I want the chapters here to keep in mind. And keep that in mind. So I guess these would probably be an option, but like she said, if we have to go to the trust fund, if these people deny us going to the trust fund, we're gonna have to have the support of all of the chapters. That's something that I know, like she said, it probably is gonna be really, really hard to pass. And that's something I ask you to keep that in mind. So those are the two comments that I wanted to make, and I'll turn the floor back over to her if there's any more questions.
Thank you for that, Delegate Notat. And then in terms of these two here, that's why we've been working with Chair Shandine Parrish. And I've been working really close with Seth Damon, Speaker Seth Damon. Once a speaker, always a speaker. So we have Speaker Christine Curley, but I still refer to Speaker Damon as Speaker. And the reason why I've been working with Speaker Damon was because in 2015, the Public Safety and Justice Fund was passed and he was chairman of Budget and Finance. If you guys have ever spoken to Speaker Seth Damon about like the budget, I mean, hands down, I think that he's probably the smartest delegate when it comes to budget and finance. He is so good at like the numbers and then also like remembering, you know, the funds, working with the bank. He remembers all of that. And so I started working with him during the 24th, which is how we got to Key Bank and this 175 million. But now we have to work with Shandine Parish because she's the chair, but I've also been bringing Speaker Seth Damon into the conversation. And he proposed an idea, which I think will work, but we need to talk a little bit more, so I'm not gonna bring it up, but there's possibly one more avenue that we can go down. And, you know, he worked the numbers, you know, he was able to put together kind of a rough draft of it. Well, I have to meet with Shandine Parish, the Chair of Budget and Finance, meet with Speaker Damon, meet with Speaker Crystalline Curley, and meet with Law and Order Committee, if that's an alternative route that, you know, to see if that's something that we want to take. But really, the bottom line is, we're trying to get money for the public safety and facility buildings, but we also have to keep in mind the manpower, the operations and maintenance, you know, the data that has to go along with it, because we're also going to be using federal funds for these projects, for the federal funds for the manpower, federal funds for operations and maintenance. So are there any questions? I know it's like this, huh? I've been working on this like for years. So for me, it's so easy to explain things and then just kind of where we're going. And I know that we get a lot of, you know, people who get mad and say, why you guys are always traveling? This is why we're not traveling to, you know, to California to go to Disneyland. We're traveling to Washington, DC. And, you know, and we're traveling to wherever Tibbet tells us to come so that we can argue for that Department of Interior money. We travel where there's grant money, you know, so I just recently was in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I provided testimony for VAWA, the Violence Against Women Act, because we get grant money. We get, you know, close to $1 million in grant money that helps with manpower for law enforcement. That also helps with our victims advocates. So we have to provide public testimony to the federal government, and it's for different things. It could be VAWA, it could be the Department of Justice. Whenever they call upon us to provide public testimony, we go there and we provide that information for them. So please don't think that we're going on these, you know, trips to go on vacation. And honestly, as Delegate Nota will tell you, you get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, you sit there all day until 5. By the time you get out, you only have enough energy to eat dinner, go back to your room, get ready for the next day, go to bed, wake up, do the same thing again. So there's not even any time for us to go out and, you know, do sightseeing or to do any of that stuff. At least for me, I very rare. I might take a walk in the evening, but very rare for me to get out there, but it's work. It's work. So I'm going to go to criminal investigator Malcolm Leslie, and then I'll come back onto you, Mr. Oh, are you good? Okay.
No, I said there was so much anxiety. You kept referring to the schematics. What was there? It was being the new police building. What's the highest?
I'm so sorry, yes.
And then you're saying this is what you should be moving with, and it's exactly what we're going with. So rest your mind that we're going along with the proposal there.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Just to be clear, you guys are going with this. And I'm so sorry. I told you guys at the beginning, I got my reading glasses on. I can see this right here. I can't really see that over there. So I apologize. My correction, you guys are going with this, but have you guys come out to see the public safety, the station, the substation? Delegate Nota?
Yes, they have. Anyone else?
Yes. And you guys were, it was a nice facility, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a very, very nice facility. Thank you guys for saying that. Thank you.
Save you some time. Sorry.
Did you have a question? Yeah, go ahead. I'll give you the mic. That way we can all hear you.
Hello everyone.
Elvis Vasili, community member of Tohatchee, and also the Red Willow Farm here for our Red Willow Farm here in Tohatchee. Thank you for everyone for attending this lawn order committee. And I thank the committee, Madam Chair, and the members for hosting your meeting here in Tohatchee, and we appreciate that. Also, Delegate Nota, thank you for that as well. A couple things on the project for the public safety. You're right, or it was mentioned that we were the first chapter out at Twin Arrows to see this building. I think it was early last year that we went out there as a chapter. And this plan that they had was something that we talked about, that what we wanted here for this public safety building here in Tohatchee. Also, we as a community, I'm not speaking on behalf of the chapters, but just on myself and what I've worked with the chapters here in District 14. The public safety building we do need, yes. And I really do hope that we are not on just a list. I would like to see us number one, number two priority, because we are a priority project, and we are also shovel ready. That's a shovel ready project because we've already began the process 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And we are right there. We have the funding for the projects and we're moving forward. And we need other fundings added to our project, and that's what we're doing as a chapter. So I hope we can continue working with all of the areas that was mentioned that we need to do. We've been working with the Department of Community Development. We've also worked with Dolores a lot with what we were doing about this project. I thank her for a lot of the work that they had for us and the chapters. We really need this public safety to go through District 14 chapters. We are on a Highway 491, very busy Highway 491 project, highway. We need it. I also recommended to the chapter that we do need emergency management plan. First responder plan. I don't hear it on Navajo, I don't hear it at all anywhere. Maybe there was a plan initiated from the beginning and just kind of faded out. We need to bring that back. It needs to be done. Because we are in a serious era today with what we're doing, what's going on in all of our communities. It's serious. It's not something that's going to be going away. COVID-19 is still with us. We still have that area that we have to deal with. It's very important that we help our people locally. I want to make a statement, comment now too today as well. I had a health issue last year. I had a heart attack. And guess who showed up? Our medical services, our EMTs. Within 10 minutes, they showed up to my doorstep. They helped me. Took me into Gallup. Without their services, God knows what could happen. And I very seriously appreciate that. I want to let them know that because they were my first responder. I had family, yes, but they were far off, but they came to my help. And I want to thank them for that. And we need them here. And I'm glad we have a spot for them. We have some housing for them, I understand. So hopefully we move forward with that and have that happen for our chapter. And all of District 14, I see representatives from all of District 14, Twin Lakes, Nash City, Mexican Springs, I think Pelican Canyon's here, Tohatchee. So I just a few thoughts and recommendations to the committee, law and order, and I appreciate all the work that you're all doing in Window Rock. You guys are busy 24/7. And we just want to just say thank you, or I do anyway. So,
Thank you for that. So in terms, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Elvis Vasili.
Elvis Bitsilli. Thank you, Mr. Bitsilli, for providing that comment. In terms of the emergency management plan for chapters, every chapter is supposed to have one. But a lot of chapters don't have one. And this is why I always go back and I'm so hard on the chapters because they know what they need. They're saying local autonomy, they're saying, give us more money, but they can't get certified or they can't even submit an emergency management plan. And I say this to Shiprock all the time because Shiprock doesn't have an emergency management plan. We're not even certified. So it's really, that's why I'm so hard on, chapters because you're told what you need. So that every chapter should have an emergency management plan in place. And it should be presented before the people, should be explained to them and the people vote on it. But like I said, I think we got a report during the 24th. I don't think we've gotten a report for the 25th, have we, on the emergency management plans for chapters? I don't think we have. Delegate Nota, do you remember that?
I don't recall.
I don't think so, but we do get after the chapters. Because there's some chapters, I will admit, there's some chapters that are really good, and then there's some chapters that are really bad. And it's like what one rotting apple spoils the whole basket. That's how it is. That's what we say at council, right? One council delegate messes up, all council messes up. That's just how it is. So that plan, we can probably get some information on that, and Delegate Nota can probably share that information in terms of how many chapters have their emergency management plans submitted and approved. And then I appreciate you saying that you don't just want to be on the list. This list, it is just a list right now, in all honesty, for every project, because we have to find the funding. But it is on the list as something, as a community that is in need of the facility building. One of the things that we did was when we're gathering the data, we also have the data for the population that is served. Remember, this goes back to your calls for service. That's why it makes it so easy for us to use these calls for service, because that's every single time you call the police for help, then it gets recorded and that number gets recorded. And just so you know, your conversation gets recorded too. So some people say, well, I called the police at 3 o'clock, and we'll tell Chief Noonan, he's like, we checked the dispatch log, nobody called us at 3 o'clock. Everything gets recorded. That's where that calls for service comes in. That's why it's so easy for the federal government to use that calls for service number. And I can say right now that your community of Tohatchee, the population served as of 2021 is 741. Now you compare that to Lachee, 1,561.
What's the data source?
The calls for service. This is what the federal government uses, and this is what we report. That's why I'm saying every single time you guys call the police and it's an emergency or police have to respond, that number gets reported. That's where that 239,376.
But is the number origin of the location of the calls?
Yeah, because when you pick up
Centers like Shiprock, Window Rock, they're like novel metro centers.
No, it's like when you pick up the phone call, like you call the police, right? And you're saying, I need help. I live here in Tohatchee. I live at milepost 56. You drive down that road, that's what gets recorded. So, because you're calling for service, you're saying, I need help over here. So it doesn't count towards Shiprock because you're not asking for help in Shiprock. You're giving them a location. But sometimes though, people will hang up before they give you a location. Or sometimes people, like there's actually people will call who won't give you a location. I need help over here. Well, where's over here? Over here. We need police. Well, where's over here? We don't know where you're at. Where are you at? And they get mad and you guys are rude. We're asking where you're at. You're calling for service. Just tell us where you're at. So we do get occasionally that does happen. So we have that number. We have the population served because it gets broken down.
And we request that number from law enforcement, from criminal investigations. And I know you guys haven't heard very much from criminal investigations, but criminal investigations, I mean, they're the guys and the women who see the worst crimes on the Navajo Nation. They're the ones who see the deaths. They're the ones who see the rapes. They're the ones, you know, just the worst crimes on the Navajo Nation. And they're also the ones who play coroner and medical examiner. So whenever there's a death, even if it's a natural death at home, they're the ones who are responding, picking up the body, making sure that they're okay, getting them transported. So that's our medical examiners. And when we, you know, when we talk about like law enforcement, and you know, we're always like, they're not doing this, they're not doing that. Well, it's because on the Navajo Nation, just like anywhere, deaths happen every day. And that's their priority, is responding to the deaths. And sometimes they get split all different ways because you're having to do investigations and then doing deaths. So one of the things that we're trying to do with the medical examiners, going back to the manpower and then the data, is we're trying to establish what's called a coroner's pilot project so that we can hire coroners to pick up the bodies, to be able to respond to death calls. And I know it's a taboo to talk about this, but it's a reality on our Navajo Nation. They're the ones who also collect the samples for toxicology or for tests that have to be run. And then they're also in charge of paying the bills for like autopsies or any types of tests that have to be done on our relatives where there's an investigation. So they are here in the room with us. They work very closely with FBI. They work very closely with our federal prosecutors. They're also, you know, they're not law enforcement, they're criminal investigators. And so they are, you know, they're here to answer any calls as well as when people go missing, they're the ones who respond. Are there any questions or any comments right now? Yes. I'm going to turn over the mic to you.
Yate. She yande zahijinde. Kasi Ellen Agency. Look at Nan Snow a Madishki University. I'm a factor still out there for quite a number of years. And one of our plans, you know about our plans, we've been on the priority for some time. Now we're talking about totally different facilities that we've been working on. We did our own funding for our design and engineering because we were told there were no money for design and engineering. Therefore, we raised our own money from different sources to do this design. Some years ago, there was an opening to come up with some plans. We were told communities come in and get in line kind of thing to apply for public safety facilities or judicial. We had all kinds of needs, which I'm sure you're aware of. We were located in the Navajo partition land. We're in a situation where people are relocated from a Hopi partition and they were angry. I mean, to lose a man, I'm sure that's how you get. They were angry. We had the highest criminal, I think, on the reservation. We're always on the front page of Navajo Times or other newspapers. There's so many things. We went through it all. And we had to go and resort to other resources to calm down our communities. And we sent a lot of criminals to other institutions through volunteers. Our communities got together and they worked with the Navajo County and on and on. So there were a lot of arrests that took place. We were the target for everything, I think. However, through this effort, even Chinle law enforcement, then they really came out and tried to help us. They're the ones that laid down what is needed. So we went on their advice. And then DOJ, that time, Mr. Yazzie was the head. He came to our meeting and donated $200,000 towards their facility. So it seemed like everybody kind of got involved for a while. So then at the end, of course, when the hard work comes, you're the only one standing there, trying to pull the whole thing through. That's what happened. That's how we came up with this plan. It's only 75% complete. However, we still have the need. Everybody else got their facilities except Pinon, that's the Hijin area. We still have situations out there. Don't knock us off the priority is what I like to say. We work so hard for it. And people to this day, they still ask, are we going to get any help? Are we going to get any facility? As our judicial, we want to have a small space for court. I think they'd be quite busy. They have a real long backlog to catch up on it. Hey, there's one, what's the scheme to name that? Ms. Charles Newton, law enforcement, law and order, take a look at how far some of these facilities are apart. Zahijin is one of them. We're far from other big facilities. And we do our own thing on volunteers. I'm a chapter official. Chapter officials depend on who you are. You don't stand in line for it. Stipend. You work almost every day. I do. She's such a niceness. And during the pandemic, we ran our own emergency management. We hauled patients out from the mud to the ambulance. They cannot go off the highway. So that I was on volunteer basis with someone of the communities. We did that emergency services. That's how we save some people. See how we're doing. And then we did all the operation, snow, mud, what have you that comes. We do our own emergency. By the time everything's done and clear, somebody comes along and say, how are you doing? Instead of helping us, they would want lunch. And we're so worn out and we have to still cook for them lunch and afternoon. We do our very best. Our chapter manager. Put down that in short. So we like to keep our facility on the priority list. I'm sure Delicon wants to also. These small facility doesn't include judicial. We need that operation. Although emergency management don't get then, but we have volunteers. We run our own emergency management. With whatever money we have, chapters don't get a lot of money. Like, for example, Pinyon chapter only gets 384,000. Physical year allocation. And we're expected to stretch that as far as we can, this way and that way. Other in between, we operate on volunteers. Not fancy things or anything. So, even with additional. Those not only shown if you can come out to Pinyon, we have the land ready, totally cleared and everything. I'm sorry, waiting for something to take place. Although what we noticed over the years, we have economic development plans. You cannot have economic stores without public safety. Like we they sneak in because we don't have police or someone to come out and protect us. The only people that really help are county deputy sheriff. Because on one stays right there because of the need. School furnish them a housing. We used to do that to Navajo police, to our own police offer housing to them. And the school really helped in these cases. So we like to stay on the priority over, even though our facility looks different. Is that the public health, public safety?
No.
Oh, okay. Wow. That's so nice. Anyway, hope we will stay with it some way and try to raise some money somehow to keep that up. Although I'd like to personally invite the committee, LOC committee to Pinyon. Other questions, they'll show you how we operate on our own. Because it's too far away for people to come. Pinyon, everybody has other plans. And they don't want to come over there. Okay, thank you. David, for letting me talk.
So it's 2:10 right now. I was supposed to be at a meeting at 3 for my bulletin mind still. Thank you, Ms. Allen. We did go to Zifajing a few years ago. And we did see your, your blueprints. We got to see the whole thing. We went out there with your delegate, Junie Yellowhair. And I've gone out there a couple of times with Delegate Yellowhair because he always invite me to come out to Pinyon. So the Law and Order Committee did go out there, but we'll be happy to add that to the agenda to see when we can head out that way. And so going back to the calls for service, remember I was saying that this is what we look at. It's not just Navajo Nation, it's the federal government as well. And I just now rated. So number 1, calls for service was Winter Rock with 7,173. Number 2 is Shiprock, 5,744. Number 3 is Tuba City, 4,579. Number 4 is Kayenta, 4,227. Number 5 is Chinle, 3,234. Number 6 is Crown Point, 2,952. Number 7 is Rama, 2,459. Number 8 is Delcon, 2,332. Number 9 is Tifagene, 1,214. Number 10 is Annet, 1,057. Number 11 is Tohajale, 572. Number 12 is Pueblo Pintado, 336. And then number 13 is Alamo, 253. Those are the calls for service. Now, keep in mind that it gets broken down even more. Because when you're looking, so the calls for service then gets broken down to your population, the service population. And that's how we were able to get Tohatchis at 741. That's for the public safety facility. So technically, Tohatchee is counted with Shiprock at 5,744. That's for the calls for service, but if you break down that 5,744, that's where Tohatchee comes out with 741. So that's what I'm saying is, we're doing the data. We're not making these numbers up. And in terms of, every community we go to, we hear just what was said, which is, our community sees a lot of crime. We know that, we hear it, but we have to go with this here. Now, that doesn't mean that you get your community members to call the police, to bring up your numbers. Don't do that.
Still right there.
But, the point is, like, in the end, we have to look at the hard numbers, and that's where these hard numbers come from. And as council delegates, we don't see those hard numbers until they're reported to us. And when it's reported to us, it gets reported in this booklet so that we can explain to you, where we're at. That's why I said at the very beginning, it sounds really easy, huh? We want a public safety facility building. So go get the money. Well, we have to look at all of this in order to justify that money, because we don't have that much money. 55 million, this one right here, I don't remember. Chief Justice, do you know how much is in the Public Safety and Justice Fund? Yeah, less than 10 million right here. ARPA, we have over $1 billion, but they said we're not eligible. Public Safety and Justice Bond, there's a possibility we're looking at 175 million, but we don't get to make that decision. We don't get to just say, we're going to sign on the dotted line. Public Trust Fund, that one is to the people. So we don't have money for building. And that's what we're trying to explain is we're trying to address this different ways. We're trying to bring that building to you. We're trying to, help as much as we can. But, that's where you guys have to understand, and then we also need your help. Delegate Nota?
Yes, Madam Chair, in terms of the data, you said that Tohatchee 700 and something out of the 5,000 for Shiprock. This public facility here would actually serve all 5 of the chapters within the district. So would that number would that number drastically change?
I'm not sure. I'd have to go back because this is their 2021 numbers. I'd have to go back and ask that question. I think it was just like because it says population served. My guess is maybe because part of your chapters go into Crown Point. We would really have to hone down the numbers. But this is based on them saying, we need help over here.
Yeah.
And from my understanding is the communities that were really in need were the ones who were considered. So like I said, at the very beginning, if there is a community that had only 2 callers, they're probably not going to be considered because they've only had 2 callers. We have to go back and we have to really bring down the numbers to really see how that works. Is that something that can be done in Cody, Chief New?
Breaking down.
Yeah, even more. Yeah.
We can have Chief Noonan, and right now what I'm doing is I'm working to update the booklet, and they all got an email asking for their updated numbers. Since we are planning to head to DC. Okay, are there any other questions? Anything else? Yes.
Brenda Brown.
I'm the secretary, treasurer for Anna chapter. The Hidiki, and for Anna area, he said it was like 1,000 or something calls. It's not just gonna cover, this police substation, it's not just gonna cover Anna area. It will cover Red Mesa, probably up to, Tisna's Bus maybe.
Red Mesa's got its own substation.
So, maybe down towards Bluff, and they cover, Anna is covering a large area all the way from McCracken Mesa, all the way down to the, state line with Colorado. And probably up to the, state line to, down to Arizona, what have you. So it's gonna cover a large, the person, these, police officers will cover that big of an area. So, and they're gonna be, it would be good for them to be local. And, our rural communities in the area under, Anna chapter has a lot of crime that has been committed. And just like you said earlier, outdated laws, they're just like a slap on the hand and they're back out the next day or so. So quite good, so I support that, saying outdated laws need to be updated. So, but Nihiro quite good substation, they knew Katie, we did go down and take a tour of the, Twin Arrows. So I don't know if you get a land withdrawal, and yeah, so we're up to getting the feasibility studies done right now. That's gonna be out and being worked on, so. Akunzago, the Danes Nisto, Akunzago, a place of honor CD for our area. So area, but it has to go list off. Habang to that, so please, keep us in mind because we do need public safety within our area. We do have a big facility for a clinic. We do have a Family Dollar there. And we have, possibly have a grocery store that's gonna be coming up sometime soon. And there's a lot of homes. So, but these people, the law, it's not strong to where they're gonna be tried to go and be held for a few years or what have you. So, they keep committing this crime, going out on it at domestic violence, talking on it. They keep doing the same thing because they just come back out with a day or so. So that's really hard for the victims. Although the stores that get broken into, that too, they become victims, and these local individuals continue to do this crime, and it just keeps going, and it's growing to where it's happening daily. So
So no matter what community we go to, we're gonna hear the same advocacy, which is our community needs one. So we hear that. And all I'm gonna say is we go back to the data. That's the only thing that we can justify. Because the delegates, when we're giving money, there has to be some type of data. The only ones that they don't ask for data is chapters. And I don't know, that's why, to me,
if there's really a need for service, then we have to look at the budget. What can we do without? Because I think this year for budget, do you have your BIM booklet? Do you have your BIM booklet, Yash? For budget this year, the Navajo Nation, we got the Navajo Nation this year, we got $216,602,000. This is from oil and gas, coal, taxes, investment income, land rentals, right-of-way, business site leases, court fines, or other. So that's money that's coming into the Navajo Nation. Once we take off the top for the permanent fund, we take off for land acquisition trust fund, we take off for higher education, which is scholarship, we take off for capital outlay match, we take off for water rights claim fund, we take off for the historical trust asset litigation, and then we take 4% from the Veterans Trust Fund. It comes out to $161,214,000. Then, after we get that, then we have to take off the top for all of the bills for each one of the offices. And by the time we pay all of the bills, which includes bills like, of course, your chapter administration is one, your fixed costs, which are like your bills, your electricity, stuff like that, your external fund cash match, then it's split between the executive, legislative, and judicial. Then it gets split down even more down to your services. So that's why I'm saying people think that we have millions of dollars, but we really don't. Where do we cut services? Where do we cut down? So that's what we're faced with the budget. And I didn't even do the pot of money for general funds because that goes to the services. Very, very little of it goes to building, but usually it's building for the chapters. So I know we had two other people. Julia Thompson and Shirley Barney, did you guys still want to?
Julia left.
Julia left. What about Shirley Barney? Okay.
Real quick.
Committee members, I have to leave,
Okay.
which means we're gonna break quorum. So you guys can finish hearing
Okay.
the testimonies, but then we don't adjourn, which is kind of hard. Okay. Let me hear last from Shirley Barney, then what we'll do. No, come on up. What we'll do is after we hear yours, we'll go through the rest of the agenda, and then you have two delegates here who can, with the rest of the testimony. If you still want to provide testimony, we can do that. It's just not going to be on the record. Okay? Okay, go ahead. Oh, right here. That they turn that one on. There.
Thank you, Mrs. Charles Newman. Yeah, good to meet you. I just see you on Zoom and sit at the council. I know the Mr. Daniels, Yate, Mr. Nota. I know the Kwani Zagi, Shirley M. Barney when she had Akudona Shatwaj and Akutain and Renas. Mexican Springs on Quebec, which I Nash are. No Argent Cup 7. A large that or just my recommendation on where some money can come from. But they know I touch nothing. Navajo Nation nationalism. I don't in the Navajo Nation Motor Vehicle Review Board. I know how to set down touch nothing. But they base on a conduct of the Oh, how you travel vehicles? Owners,
Adequate extra down in. Out of the brand new vehicles in Nihon. Like 300 and maybe $42 a month had yet. Auto is go big and $300 yen. It continues. So we're using a lot of money on travel vehicles that are not being used. Lay old public safety window up. Machine 2030 doesn't know so EER. A co education don't know that in machine journals. Data by a kid. Auto in the Navajo Nation programs. E-card, purchase card, no, but costs me. Fashions, did they have open POs? But you know, they not still cut or done that she's need to, yeah. Navajo Nation, it doesn't know that. Now, the shut down, they retired, they line, they shut down, Edo could Edo. Edo, that needs to put a stop on. You get bologna and cheese and you share it with your staff. You have a break, 1 hour lunch break. Go to the store, go to Quality Inn, eat down there using your bi-weekly check. Edo, I see, I think it's eating us up. Auto in the, I District 14, I see we need to get together and get the safety complex. Hadan so the budget ID nishi. Had ego shibe na hot igi acquire should they dealing. Auto in the one Niniki to house EMS or police officers. Let's get with NXA. Maybe they can build separate houses for these staff and use them 24/7. I know 24/7 they just don't know though. But I'm off. I'm not on call with any. That happened to me in 1991 when I used to live in Ganado. Domestic violence. My son tried running to an officer that lived down the road. My mom's in trouble. The guy wouldn't let me out the door, so he ran down there. The officer told him, no, I'm on off duty. The fire department, go to the gate, which was another long distance to Ganado Fire Department. The coalition when public safety was coming to us for travel vehicles. 24/7 days, that you know. Cause you got another stories, other question. A call quite gets though, but there is a need for public safety, yes. But these days, there's a lot of crime. As kedai king bounces up possible. A conscious question. I did all that, no be like that. I not hitching. I didn't know God. Was that the dog as a corn, the cuisine, the net about the house and that. I know in the a teen, not that. The way the special was now. I could dash treasure shop. So the roads need to be addressed to. On a 911 any o. Ni chapter A sent it on me. We lay the hot spots in Charles Nooney Kaiji to the city Dalcon, Kadishin Yo Dawatagi. Sent it on me. A call quite it's like low income first. Yeah, you gotta wait. But you then on although in the chapter official chapter staff, I think they need to go through CPR trainings. That comes with emergency plan. We were told to do our emergency plan, but we started and then we get off of it. That needs to be completed by chapters. Johnson. Coming from safety. The insurance, there. Employee benefits, risk management, and then I retired from safety. Each chapter buildings, 110 chapters.
all the agencies, about 30, maybe 25, 30 chapters as a DG. There's a lot of things going on. The rest of the chapters, then they asked for brand new buildings with only 15-25 corn for a chapter meeting. We asked for big buildings. But our maintenance, operation and maintenance aren't there. How they ended up in trying to look for funding. So what the condition, and I know there's a lot of public safety buildings out there that are not any good. And then the new ones that were built, they still have issues because of our building codes. They need building codes and then they don't hold on hard. But thank you again, Mrs. Charles Newton, for doing that building code. Oh, yeah, we were starting it and then it was given to community development. Although the one, she's the one that fixed it. She's the one that processed it. So I thank you for that coming from safety. Oh, so distance, so maybe cut travel vehicles, cut purchase orders for bologna cheese for staff. Thank you. Oh, my daughter's probably listening to me, but Jalissa, daughter, that so she works long hours. Sometimes I worry about her being at work late weekends, but I just pray for her every day. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So a lot of things that were covered, yes, in terms of kind of the spending. I know that that there has been a lot of concerns about the spending coming from Navajo Nation employees, but we try to keep us accountable. You know, we ask those tough questions. And maybe my colleagues won't agree with me. I've talked about this on the floor, and maybe some of you won't agree with me on this either. But in terms, like when it comes to budget, we have to make sure that things are being spent the way that they should be. Now, I asked earlier if you guys, watched me on Facebook. A few of you raised your hands, and I brought this up on Facebook. But I disagree. I disagree with President Nygren hiring his father-in-law to serve, to protect the First Lady and to be a babysitter at $61,000 a year. And I brought this up at council, and I think there was a shock because they don't see a conflict. Some of our officers are not even making $61,000 a year, and they have to pass the test, the background check, and they have to go through the police academy. And we learned that the father-in-law is not even qualified for that position. But their excuse is we had a toddler daughter and he takes care of her. How many of you in here have children where you want your children to have a babysitter for one child at $61,000 a year? Then we could all go to work, right? Shoot, I'd sign up to be a babysitter at $61,000. Don't quote me on that. They might pass me. But when we're talking about like this fruitless spending, that's what we ask those hard questions, and it makes us look like the bad guy. But we're asking questions because my argument was, how can we justify that when we're lacking service for law enforcement? And the law enforcement serves our Navajo people, not just one person. It serves our Navajo people. I cannot sit there and pretend that I didn't see that. So I appreciate, the comment about, like maybe we should look at this spending. Yes, we have looked at the the vehicles, because I know Division of Public Safety, you know, there's a lot of vehicles that are just sitting there, they go in to get it repaired, but then we don't have the manpower to repair them. So then they just wind up sitting there and it looks really bad. But, you know, we've looked at that. We've also looked at, you know, P card spending. You can only use your P card when, you know, you're traveling. And I always say, like, I can't use my P card at a gas station. So, and how many restaurants do we have on the Navajo Nation? Thankfully here with Tohatchee, I'm sure you guys have an open PO. We all got to eat. So it, you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Our law enforcement, they don't even use their P card now because of the strict rules. I heard it's changed, I don't know, but you're supposed to be working 12 hours a month, 12 uninterrupted hours in order to use your P card. And I said, I think as delegates, on an average day, I may be working about 12, 13 hours a day. I think you guys vary, but we barely are allowed to use our P card for food. And, you know, mileage, we can't claim anything within I think it's a 50-mile radius. So it's really cracked down and, you know, we're okay with that. Well, actually, some of us are not, but I'm just gonna say, you know, like law enforcement, I have to speak up for them. You know, they're working odd hours. They get called, criminal investigators, they get called 2 o'clock in the morning. They might be out there for 5 hours. It's not 12 hours, but they can't use their P card because it's not 12 hours. To me, I think that some things we do need to revise, but at the same time, we have to be really careful too, because when we make the laws, it affects everybody. We can't just say, okay, this is not going to apply to this person. It's not going to apply to this person. It applies to everybody. And then in terms of the CPO, you also said the vehicles. And I think that was it, right? And most of it was just comments. Yeah. So we appreciate, you know, you coming out and then like, again, we have to look at that as delegates, and some of us, we might have an idea. And then some might disagree. So like with a building code, I thought this is such a good idea. Everybody's going to agree with it before delegates voted red for it. But thankfully it passed. So now that means on the Navajo Nation, we have a building code. This building right here, we don't know what code was used, and we can't even say if this building is safe. But we tell the people, come on in. So now with this new building code, any building that's built after, I believe President Nygren signed it like maybe 3 weeks ago, 6 months after it was signed, any new building has to follow that building code, a minimum building standard. So yes, it did go through, but there were 4 delegates who voted to oppose it. Sometimes you think, oh, this is so easy. They're just going to vote for it, but then they don't. And then like the Title 17, we have 5 members on the committee, but only 4 are saying, let's get tough on these, you know, the penalties. 1 delegate said, I don't know where I stand on this. So that's why we're bringing it out to the people to say, look, there's some delegates that are going to need convincing. They're going to need, you guys are going to have to tell them, vote green, get this passed. Otherwise, they're just going to keep saying, let's table it, or I'm going to vote red for it. So we're bringing it to the people for you guys to decide. So I appreciate, you know, the comments, and I love Julissa. She needs to go to law school. She really needs to convince her to go to law school. That lady is a smart cookie. So I'm just going to say that maybe as a mom, I tell her all the time, Julissa, go to law school, You're smart, you can do it. But
I told her that when she was in high school. But didn't go that way.
she's a very, very smart person. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, and I apologize, I'm gonna go ahead and excuse myself. We're gonna finish up the rest of the agenda, and I gotta take off. We got the Gold King Mines Bill meeting that's happening. It's gonna start at 3, and I'm really late, but I'll get there nevertheless. And so I apologize for having to leave early. But if you guys want to, you have two committee members. And then we, even though we're gonna go off the record, Lorraine will still be keeping notes so that we can bring this up at the next committee meeting. The one to do item, two items that I have to do. Number one is to get the information regarding the emergency management services through the chapters to find out, to get a report on that. And that will be delivered to Delegate Nota, which he can deliver to the community. And then the other one is to get a written report, Chief Noon, a written report on the E911 and where we're at on that. That way we can distribute that out to the chapters to give them an update on where we stand with E911 and the 35 million that was given to DPS from ARPA. So those are the two things that I have at this point for to-do list. Okay, so we'll go ahead and go back to the agenda. And at this time, we are on item, I guess let me ask before I move on to the agenda, is there anybody else who's going to be providing any public testimony to Delegate Herman Daniels and Delegate Nathan Nota? Okay, so it looks like we are really adjourning. Okay, we'll move to, can I get a motion and a second regarding the report from Tohatchi chapter officials and the community and surrounding areas regarding public safety and justice issues within the area? Delegate Nathan Nota, can I get a second? Second by Delegate Herman Daniels. Are there committee members, any questions, any comments, or anything else regarding the report? Okay, Cheryl, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie is excused. Honorable Stephen Arvizo is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Cheryl. So with that, we have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, 2 are excused. We move down to item number 7, old business. There is none. Item number 8, new business. The only item that we have for new business is to discuss the Washington DC trip. Committee members, the proposal was originally September 18th through the 22nd, 2023. And the reason why we put it in September is because they're currently debating the budget. So we have the opportunity to request from Congress to increase budget to Department of Interior, to also ask for the SRO, and then to also talk about our 638 contracts. The other option, September 18th through the 22nd. However, our P card is shut down on September 15th. And the last time I traveled, when P card was shut down, it took them 6.5 months to reimburse me. So it's a long process. The other option is September 11th through the 15th. Keep in mind that Health Education Human Services is planning to be in Washington, DC at that same time as well, which may also help us with our SRO advocacy. So that is the other option. September 15th at midnight is when our P card gets shut down. Law enforcement, just FYI, P cards get shut down around that time for 2 weeks. It'll reopen, I think, October 1st. So, committee members, can I get a motion and a second for this discussion?
So
Motion made by Delegate Nathan Nota, second by Delegate Herman Daniels. Committee members, is there any preference in the dates to go to Washington DC? Delegate Nathan Nota?
I do realize our P cards are gonna be shut down. If we could get our airline tickets and our hotel paid for prior, I almost would like to do the 18th and the 22nd, just because Colt is gonna be there during that time. And I think that's gonna be an important time to meet. I didn't know that Hesse, you said, was gonna be there the week before.
Yeah, 11th.
In your opinion, who would be more beneficial for us to be there with?
In my opinion, I think it would be more beneficial for us to go with Hess, because you have more delegates who are present,
Okay.
and we can bring up the same issues with Colt that Colt is going to be advocating for. So I recommend September 11th through the 15th. Delegate Daniels, do you have any preference? Will you be able to go to DC with us? Okay, so, are you good with those September eleventh through the fifteenth? Okay, Chief Noon, Director Henderson will be requesting your attendance during this time. September eleventh, the first day on Monday, we'll start working to set up meetings with our senators and our representatives, also to meet with BIA Office of Justice Services. If there's anybody else that you, that we need to work with, then let us know. Usually we work with the Indian Affairs Committee through the Senate and the House of Representatives. We also meet with our senators and representatives with Utah, well, actually with Arizona and New Mexico. Utah never responds. Sorry. Utah Congress people are horrible. They never respond to our request to meet with them. But we can certainly meet with New Mexico and Arizona. We'll make that same invitation to Utah. And then again, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Office of Justice Services, so that we can start pushing to let them know what we're going to be advocating for. So September 11th through the 15th, more than likely 15th will be travel back home. Because the P card gets shut down at midnight on the 15th. So 11th through the 15th, and health education, human services will be out there. One of the big things that we are advocating with HES is not only the rehabilitation center, but also the SRO officers being law enforcement and extending our 638 contracts to them so that our schools are protected. Mainly our children are protected. So September 11th through the 15th. Lorraine, if you can go ahead and get the ORT going and also send out a memo to Director Anderson requesting his presence, as well as Chief Noon, Director Henderson, and anybody else he feels needs to be on that trip on September 11th through the 15th. We also have a September 11th meeting that we're going to have to reschedule, but technically if HES is going out there, then that means that Delegate Toll will also be out there as well. So I think because I just got word from Chair James. So I think that they're going to be either told this week or they were just barely told last week. So I think Delegate Toll may want to reconsider the September 11th meeting. I'll go ahead and send out an email to the LOC members to let them know, but if we can get that formal written invitation, both sent out in paper format as well as an email to our partners to let them know that that's going to be the week that we'll be advocating on the Hill. Committee members, a motion was made by Delegate Nathan Nokta, a second by Delegate Herman Daniels. Are there any questions, comments, anything further to discuss on our DC advocacy trip? Okay, with that, a decision has been made. Sherelle, can you assist us with a roll call vote, please?
Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Shirley Yazzie is excused. Honorable Stephen Arvizo is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, committee members, we are now at the close of the meeting. Before I ask for a motion and a second to adjourn, are there any announcements that need to be made at this time? Committee members, just an announcement on Thursday. This Thursday, we do have a Navikiatsket budget meeting as well as on Friday. On Monday, we do have, the council was invited to the Miss Navajo Butchering Contest in Winter Rock. So that's going to be on the 4th. Our budget hearings at budget session will begin the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Hopefully we get done, but it's also scheduled for the 9th. September 9th is the Navajo Nation Parade. And then we go September 11th through the 15th, where we'll be in Washington, D.C. advocating. And then we go back to going back into our regular Title 17 meetings. Those are the only updates that I have at this time. Committee, Delegate Nathan Nota.
One announcement, we have a Parsons meeting with Public Safety Building tomorrow at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock here with the Public Safety Building at 10 a.m.
At 10 a.m. Parsons meeting to talk about the public safety building. I might be able to attend, or is it going to be done through teleconference?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, count me there, because I actually have a meeting with ARPA. So for the elders in here, just a FYI, keep your fingers crossed. Because, there's a little over $700,000 left from the hardship too. And, that money was given to the Navajo people. So since there's a little bit money left over, what I am proposing is a legislation, and I hope I get support from the delegates. There is an elder trust fund. I want to put that 700,000 in the elder trust fund so that you can buy glasses, hearing aids, and dentures. And the Navajo Nation would pay for it with that 700,000. Right now, you guys barely get enough, where I know Northern Agency, it's only one denture a year. One person gets selected for dentures in 1 year. So hopefully we get enough funding to put money into that elder trust fund to help you again with your glasses, to get new glasses, your hearing aids, and dentures. So hopefully that does go through, but I do have a meeting tomorrow morning on that ARPA funding that's left over. So with that, committee members, Delegate Daniels, do you have any other announcements? Okay, so with that, we are now at the close of the meeting and adjournment. Can I get a motion and second to adjourn? Motion made by Delegate Herman Daniels. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second made by Delegate Nathan Nota. I don't think there's any discussion on adjournment. Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nota, votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie is excused. Honorable Stephen Arvizo is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Benini, 2 in favor, 0 opposed. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting.
Thank you for that. 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. You are excused. It is now 2:54. We are hereby excused from the Law and Order Committee. Thank you. Thank you guys for the food. Although I didn't get to eat it, I'm sure it was really good. I got the potato salad, then we went straight into the explanation. So, and it looks like that cake was mine, but the ice cream melted. But thank you, it was delicious.